everybody. Welcome back. My name is Philippe Lacour. I'm the CRO for Personio. We are a late-stage HR and payroll platform. We have about 1,500 people and Munich headquartered. And we'll talk today about our journey to become an AI-powered go-to-market. Back in May, we had a big AI week with our company. We called it the AI Search Week. We gave all our people access to LLMs. We had speakers from OpenAI, Mistral, AWS. Our CEO, Hanno, and co-founder kicked off the week. And then we had project teams who could build agents, who can build with the help of engineers. And it was a huge success. The entire company was buzzing. And after that, we've been monitoring usage of LLMs and AI in the company. My go-to-market team uses now about 90% of the people uses LLMs every week. And so this was a big success. However, after the AI Search Week, we felt that although usage was high, that this was maybe not enough to reach true transformation and to really fundamentally change the way we go to market. And so we started an initiative that is called AI-Powered Go-to-Market. And this is our Slack channel, which we started about mid-June, so about 6 weeks after the AI Search Week. And this was started by myself with the help of a lot of people. And what I will do is present 5 lessons learned that we have so far, and the journey continues. And then I will cover 4 use cases. And after that, we'll do some Q&A with Emilia. So 5 lessons learned in building the AI-powered go-to-market. Lesson number 1, next to a great bottoms-up motion, where you give all your people access to the tools and where you train them and where you help them, you also need a top-down motion. And the top-down is important because when you start talking about real transformation of your go-to-market, you need to make decisions about resource allocation. You need to give people permission to spend a lot of time on changing workflows and changing ways of working. You need budget. We heard earlier today, okay, you can start testing lots and lots of tools, but ultimately you need to decide which tools to go for. So I think it's very important that in the journey from experimentation to scale, and a lot of companies write hey, I'm staying in this experimentation phase. How do I now really go to scale? That you not only have a bottoms-up motion, but you also have a top-down decision making. Lesson number 2, a cross-functional approach is really vital. And we're lucky to have a data and systems team. They own our infrastructure, our systems, our Snowflake instance. We then have revenue operations. And in revenue operations, we now have 2 go-to-market engineers. We have those since a couple of months. One of them is here, Patty. They have a business background, but also they're very data-driven. They're very focused on technology, and you need to have that mix. And then there is the business. And the business, in our case, for go-to-market is marketing, sales, customer success, so your entire post-sales motion. And it's important that you bring them all together. We started this AI-powered go-to-market working group, which has about 15 people, and it keeps growing. Because we have seen cases where our data and systems team built things with LLMs, but it was lacking the business context. And therefore, the models didn't work very well. Or we had salespeople wanted to do something, but originally they did not have the support from either data or systems or RevOps. And you need that as well. You need really that combination. We also made the initial working group fairly large. 15 people is a lot. And we did that also to have broad coverage of all the functions and to make sure that we, as we start to change our culture to become more AI powered, that we have more people participating in shaping the direction. Then we said, okay, we started this, the AI-powered working group. We had the Slack channel, and then we had some initial ideas of like where to start. We looked at some use cases where we thought we could have a lot of impact. And then what happened, we started working on a couple of these use cases, and then the ideas started flowing, including from myself. And we saw more and more opportunities, and then people started to share those opportunities in the Slack channels. People were raising their hand. And the problem was that as people started then to work on these new ideas, that we hadn't finished the first one. So at one point it started to spiral a little bit out of control, and we said, okay, we probably need to have a better framework to prioritize really what we're going to work on. Because if you want to go from experimentation to scale, and you want to drive more transformation, then it's going to be more work to make that happen. And therefore, you really need to prioritize. So we took two simple frameworks. One is jobs to be done. When I was in Dropbox in the past, our product teams were always always talking about jobs to be done. It's a concept from Clay Christensen, who wrote about the jobs to be done from a product. He had this whole story about the jobs to be done of a milkshake. But we are applying it to our go-to-market roles. And the jobs to be done is, what is this role hired to do for? And we look at all the different roles in go-to-market. So SDR, sales, customer success, solution engineers, what is really their job to be done? And what our go-to-market engineer will do then, one of them shadowed an account manager or a number of account managers for 2 weeks. And she found that the account managers were spending their time in 7 or 8 different systems. They, in order to perform a simple task, they had to switch from one system to another, bring together information, and became very complex. And they started doing readouts of these jobs and say, hey, this account manager job is losing 2.5 hours per day here. They're spending 3 hours a day there. Per week, they're working in all these different systems, and we started mapping these different jobs. Now, the next thing that then happened is we saw like there were a lot of these examples in all our different roles. So then the question became, now we got all these different jobs. How does it all now fit together? And we said, okay, simple framework number 2, let's look at our customer journey, and let's see how these different jobs to be done now fit in. And so we started mapping them to our customer journey. And we found out, okay, we have some for the SDRs. We'll talk about intent. We'll talk about win-loss and so on. And this was important to give our teams context and to show how these different things fit together. And I think it's important to look at like, where do you have a problem in your growth? Where do you have a problem in your business that you want to solve? And how do you prioritize where you start working with AI? The next one then was you need to build a culture of AI in go-to-market. Transformation is also very much about like, are people adopting it? Are they really embracing it? We spoke about like what are the characteristics that are very important to build an AI-powered go-to-market. For me, the number one characteristic is curiosity. We see that the people who are very curious, who are really leaning in, trying to figure out how this new world, how it's working and how it's evolving very, very fast, they are the ones that help you drive things forward. And but we felt it was very important to build this culture of AI in go-to-market. And this AI Search Week was for us very important. But when you look at like culture change, we adopted, or I adopted always this formula, which is the effect of a plan of a transformation, in this case to AI, is the quality of the plan times the acceptance. And so 5 times 5 is a lot bigger than 10 times 1. So the acceptance part and the creating of buy-in and getting people comfortable with like how jobs are changing, how their work is changing, is a very important part. And that journey will definitely continue as we continue to make progress. And so what do? We try to make AI a habit by leading it, by showing it, and by celebrating it. Let's talk about the first one, the leading it. We use Gong as one of our platforms. Gong also uses a lot of AI. I'll give you an example of the role modeling. When I do like deal reviews and we bring in account executives to talk about their deals, every once in a while one came up with like big PowerPoints of like how they're going to win this deal. And I would always go like, okay, please go to Gong, open up your account. There's new functionality in there. There's this little AI sign. Go in there. And now you look for the account brief, and everything is there. And in real time, we would do away with PowerPoint. And then the next time you do these reviews, the reps like really learn it. And I think it's really important that my leads do this as well, that they really look at like the tools, get into the tools, and teach the team how to like use the AI to their benefit. And there's many applications to do that. There's also a great example of handoffs. Your AI can help you with handoffs as well. Second one, sharing and inspiring. We try to put a lot of our own teams on stage and have them share what they have built. So one of the teams built an assistant to personalize customer decks. So a very simple assistant. There's one team that built like an assistant to answer RFPs. We let the teams share those stories and inspire their peers and the rest of the organization. And the final thing is then also celebrating. We reward like people who really help us drive this AI-powered go-to-market. And one of the things that we did is we have every year our President's Club. And early in the year, we announced that we actually have 2 or 3 seats this year, or the coming President's Club, for the best contribution of AI. And we're going to nominate a number of projects, and there will be real seats in that President's Club. And next year, there will be even more seats. Then lesson number 5, great AI comes from your stack, but then equally important, your context. And we heard a lot about that this morning as well. When you look at our stack, initially we take the view, let's not go out and buy all these tools, because usually the tools are not like the panacea. There's usually a lot of work that you need to do in your workflows, in your data, in other things. So we said, okay, let's start with what we have and start building from there, and then add LLMs to it, and then go from there. And this is our initial stack. So we are on Salesforce. You can also be on HubSpot. We made a big bet on Gong earlier this year. And why did we do that? Because for a go-to-market organization, the customer conversation is obviously a very important source of data. And we felt that conversational intelligence with Gong or with someone else was going to be at the heart of our AI strategy. We also rolled out Qualified, but not initially for AI. We did it because we wanted to have like fast meeting booking, and we wanted to have a sense of like who would visit our website for intent. Only more recently, maybe in the last 6 months, Qualified started to adding AI capabilities, and we started using them. And I'll show you later how we do that. Snowflake we already had. We put a lot more data in Snowflake, both structured and unstructured data. And then we overlaid our LLMs with Amazon Bedrock, so you can use like various LLMs. And we thought, okay, we probably also need to do a lot of work on our data. So we deduped all our Salesforce data, because initially 1/3 of our data in Salesforce were duplicates, so we had a lot. So we installed like automatic deduping. We also spent months cleaning our prospect database. We bought external data sources, and also there we try to like clean them up, connect them, to have like also a great prospect database. And that is all work that you can do, which is sort of independent from your AI, but makes your AI much better. And we decided to make that investment early on. Now, what did we do then? We connected basically all our customer sources On our customer conversations, we loaded sort of 5,000 gong calls in Snowflake. We added a lot of emails. We connected to Salesforce, brought that all together. And then the thing that was also important is that we added Personio-specific go-to-market knowledge. So we added our ICP definitions, we added our pitch decks, we added our onboarding processes, we added product training materials, and so on and so forth. And this is really critical to really train the LLMs and to make it specific for your go-to-market, for your customers and for your products. I also believe that it's not, on one hand, you need to have enough data there, but on the other hand, it's, you also need to have relevant information. And one question that will come up is, at one point, this data will get stale. So at one point, the AI models will get worse. So we're going to run into this question like, hey, how do we keep everything fresh? And how do we actually take all the data or data that are less relevant, how we're going to take that out? We haven't answered that question yet, so in the next update, we'll give you an update on that. And then, so those were initial learnings that we had on how to approach the transformation to AI. And now let's look really into like 4 use cases that we have. Use case number 1 was about everything about win-loss. So we wanted to have like more AI-driven customer intelligence and understand more why we win deals and why we lose deals. And the problem was the following. Our reps would fill out Salesforce after they had won like a deal or lost a deal. And when you look at them, a lot of data points were great, but there was always like 30% was due to other. And even in the cases where we had good information from the reps, we always wanted to go deeper and figure out, okay, yeah, let's go deeper on like why this is happening. And we felt that the insights were simply not deep enough. We then said, okay, how can we leverage AI to do that, to go like, to get more insights? And we went back to like all our conversation data, our emails, our Salesforce data. Again, we loaded that in Snowflake, and we built then this GPT for go-to-market. And the goal was to really better understand our loss reasons, our win reasons, and really also get competitive insights. And our marketing team had recently updated all the battle cards. One of my product marketing leads is here. They did a fantastic job. But we were asking like, okay, can the GPT now enrich these battle cards? And what we found was that we were able to add like maybe 10, 15% to the battle cards that initially was not that clear to us. That's number 1. And secondly, battle cards are typically pretty fast outdated. So how can you get to like a more continuous process of updating your battle cards? And we were able with the LLMs or with the GPT to like have more dynamically updating of our competitive battle cards. And we will keep doing this as we keep adding like customer calls to the GPT. So that was the win-loss use case. But you can also see that this approach can really evolve to like other use cases as well. And ultimately, the GPT can evolve into like a go-to-market brain. You could do rep coaching from this. You could do marketing campaigns. You can give better product feedback on that. So we have analyzed also where we see a lot of demand for like certain features. And we have now a much more data-driven approach to go back to our product teams and say, based on like 10,000 calls, this is where we see this product is doing really well, and here's where we have weaknesses where we can still build. And that data-driven approach also gives you a lot more credibility to your product and technology partners. But again, this will be a journey to get to like a broader go-to-market brain, but you can see that over time, you will be able to address more and more of these topics. And how this will evolve exactly, I don't know, but I think when you lean in and when you start doing this, you will see like more opportunities. Then let's talk about another assistance that we built. This is for our expansion SDR. And our expansion SDR does cross-sell, often like new products into our existing customer base. We have about 15,000 customers, so we're looking to cross-sell into them. The problem here was that when we did our jobs to be done mapping, that we found that every expansion SDR was spending 2 hours a day finding customer information to really make a relevant call. So they were looking for account health that was in Amplitude or some other system. They were looking at like which contract this customer had. They were looking at many different things, and it took them 2 hours a day to really prepare the calls that we're going to do. And we said, okay, let's change that. And we built, one of the go-to-market engineers built like this assistant. And what you see is it's actually connected to Salesforce. So the ESDR goes into the Salesforce instance where they work in. They type in the name of an account, and then the GPT starts collecting information from like maybe 10 or 20 systems. So it goes into Snowflake, collects all the information, makes that in a format that is relevant to this use case, a cross-sell use case. And then it will also come with like a recommendation of what to do with this account. And it will say, hey, this is a great account, this is a green one, but there could also be reasons why an account is yellow or red. And again, and then basically the ESDR can act on that. Now, what is now people always ask, what is the ROI of AI? But here you see, for example, that the research time that an ESDR spends on this work went from 2 hours a day to 15 minutes. Not only that, you see here the pipeline that an ESDR is adding with this assistant. And basically, the pipeline per FTE generated went up probably like 2x. And there's many of these when you start looking at all your processes, all your functions in your go-to-market, all your jobs. There are so many cases like this where a lot of time is being wasted on either bringing information together from different systems or even like prioritizing it. We have actually, as I said, now 400 of these assistants. Now the top 10 does like probably 80% of the value, but we keep coming, and people keep coming also bottom up with new ones. Then let's look at intent. Here the question is, how can we make our outbound motion better? And the approach that we've been taking on generating pipeline, most people, unless you're an AI company, are always looking for more pipeline. And so we went through this journey where we want to find the right accounts, the right people, the right personas, going out with the right message. The LLMs help you with always tailoring the right message, but then also the right time. And right accounts, I mentioned that we updated our prospect database, but we have also applied account scores to our accounts. And this is really in line with our ideal customer profile. So we score all our prospects A, B, C, D. Then we say, okay, let's now go out to the right people with the right message. And to do that, a never-ending work is work on your persona and contact data. That is still in progress. We rolled out Gong Engage. We had Groove. That didn't work very well, so we rolled out Gong Engage. But you can also use Salesloft or Outreach or any of the others. And then we use our LLMs. But then the question is right time. And this is often a very difficult question. So which prospect is in a buying cycle, and how do you know? And here you can buy a tool, but here we decided to do that ourselves. And our data science team built, based on a number of signals, now also an intent score, which is dynamic. And it's based on like, did someone come to our website? Is there a former user of our platform that went to another company? Is it a great G2 or Trustpilot score or any of those? And you can really continue to reach that. And again, we took the view that All these tools need to come together in the platforms where our people already work. So again, this is back to like Salesforce. We blanked out the names here, but you see the account score. These accounts are all A. That is a static score. But next to that, we have the dynamic intent score, which is now refreshed every day, depending on whether there's a signal changing in the market. And then we show these little flames, so 3 flames, that's where you start. And that is all together in the place where people already work. Now, we launched this intent model like a couple of months ago, and again, you need to fine-tune it. We saw that initially the model was not great. It was picking up some signals that we didn't think were good. We changed it, and then it got like better and better. Last use case is AI chat, or the AI SDR. Here we use, for this one, we used Qualified. And I'll talk more about it. And I do believe that you can pick one of the vendors out there. But the goal is to go like really, really deep with it. And I'll show you how this one works. This one is really, when you go to our website, you can start chatting with the AI chat. And our chatbot is called Nia. And Nia starts chatting here. And we do say here that a prospect is chatting with an AI. So it says, hey, I'm Nia, your friendly AI chat concierge from Personio. And then what we wanted to do is like, the moment we get like a demo request or a hand raiser, we wanted to like quickly book a meeting. And the idea here is that your best leads, which are demo requests or can I talk to sales, that you apply like high velocity. We live in a real-time world, so waiting for a week or 10 days to get like a demo booked, that seems like very, very long in today's time. And you see here that the prospect started chatting with Nia, requested demo, and then immediately a meeting is booked. And you can say, okay, this is just a meeting booker. But what I think is what is interesting, first of all, when you look at the last 7 days, 140 meetings were booked. There were like 200,000 sessions on our website, so a lot, and you see like, okay, how many conversations are already happening? And we're probably a month, 6 weeks into this. The other thing is that what is very interesting when you start like reading the chats, you see, all of a sudden you see that customers have questions about your product. They want to know what your minimum price is. So you're getting very, very rich insights in what is top of mind for these customers. And I got totally hooked on it. I'm reading these now every day. And my poor team, over the weekend, what is also really interesting, when prospects request these demos, you see people 11 p.m. on a Friday evening, they think about requesting a Personio demo. Why? But they do it. And this 24/7 real time, I think is super, super important. Now, the problem is then, a bunch of these conversations go really wrong. They go nowhere, no meeting is being booked. They got stuck for another reason. At the same time, I've also seen Nia answering product questions. And I'm like, how did you know that? I could not answer that question. I don't think, and my sales engineer might be able to do it, but this is a really, really deep answer. And so we felt that training the AI chat is extremely important. And so what do? We don't have an Amelia, but we have an Amelie, and she's sitting over there. And we did say, like, yeah, someone needs to like take accountability for Nia, for the AI SDR, and train the chat like every day. And we said, okay, Nia, you're gonna, or Amelie, you're gonna be accountable for Nia, and look at like every day, look at the daily output, apply feedback, and test in real time. And there were things like, initially we found, for example, Nia started to give like legal advice. He said, it's better not. And then Nia started bashing competitors, like, that's not us. So those are things that you run into, and you only learn that when you really start doing it, and when you see like where the AI stops. And now Amelie is working with us in the team to like make Nia better every day, but it's surprising to see what the AI already is able to do. The question then is, what's next? There's 4 use cases, and look, we're looking at a number of other ones. Qualified has now more of the AI SDR. You can also do like video. We'll see indeed whether, I think we can do a lot over chat, but then there's voice and there's video. We'll try that. We did our second POC with Clay. We will start doing more with that. Artisan is outbound SDR. I think again, the point is not to test every single one of them. You gotta pick a couple and go really deep with them. It's all about the training, it's all about the data, and I think over time some of the capabilities will converge as well. Rep coaching with testing with Hyperbound. This is where an AI can coach a rep, and we've done like some tests on that. Some great results, some not so good results. Why? You gotta really invest the time to train the AI. And the question on this one, on like coaching as well, is like, you can do it for your new hires because you run them through an onboarding process, but will the people in your team, the experienced people, will they automatically start engaging the AI to get trained or not? Or are you gonna have like a tail off where the AI usage is becoming less? And then we're gonna use Finn for customer support. That's the second agent that we're gonna roll out in the next few weeks. Now, one of the questions will come up. When you look at like Nia on the website, on the inbound side, we're not only getting demo requests. Of course, we're also getting customer support requests. Okay, how are we gonna route those now? Equally, our customer support agent will also get commercial questions. What are we gonna do with that? So are we gonna connect the agents, have them talk to each other? We don't know. We'll find out pretty soon. I think for now, we'll probably end up with 3 to 5 agents, but we'll know more over the next 3 to 6 months on how many we really need, and do you need one per use case, or are you bundle all your commercial use cases and all your non-commercial use cases? We don't know yet. We're also using a cursor and so on, but that's more on the product side. So let me close here. So closing thoughts, lead from the front. I think the real transformation is like needs support next to the bottom-up motion. The approach has to be like cross-functional in my view. You need data and systems, and either a go-to-market engineer or RevOps, and you need the business. One cannot do without the other. I also believe that marketing, sales, customer success are all converging. It's the same prospects, same data. All those workflows become mixed and hybrid. You got to prioritize. Where do you have your biggest pain? Where do you have your biggest P&L challenge? Where do you have your biggest customer experience gap? Then continue to build a culture of AI. I think it's also really important that the people are excited about it and that people are leaning in and they feel like, yeah, I want to be part of the journey. And then realize that great AI comes from your stack, but equally also from your context. Final thing, your board ask, where's the ROI? How much more are you doing? I think the ROI isn't instant, but I do think it shows up in many places. Deal velocity, pipeline velocity, customer retention, pipeline quality, win rate, but also in making people work easier. The work that is being automated is in many cases not the best part of the job when you ask our people. So for example, these expansion SDRs, they love it that they have this assistant now, and they're using it every day and it makes their job better. AI needs daily oversight, and I do believe that the gains are non-linear. So I would say really lean in. I believe there's a compounding effect. And I think every week, every month, we learn more and we iterate. Finally, Final comment. Look, we hear a lot about these AI native companies. Clay was on stage, others were on stage. They're going super fast. When you're a SaaS company, I think it's your job to become like AI first and to really leverage all the capabilities that you can get with AI. I wake up every day and thinking, we need to go faster, we need to go faster. But that is the opportunity for everybody, and I hope you take something away from us. And we'll open up for Q&A. So thank you, and I want to invite Emilia. Thank you.
Thanks for doing this. This is great.
Hi, Emilia.
Hi, thanks for doing this. For those who don't know, just real quick as an anecdote, some of the speakers that you guys have seen today, like throughout the day, like obviously I work at SaaStr, but we asked them to come here, and Philippe actually inbounded to our AI speaker submission form, wrote a really good speaker submission for this London event, and then flew from New York yesterday to be here with you guys today. So just a quick round of applause, because it's very nice of him to do that. But yeah, how was that process for you? I know you were like, okay, this is like kind of fun to do it this way.
It was amazing. Yeah, you had to fill out this, what I thought was a regular form to apply for the speaker. And it took 30 seconds. Yeah. And then I got my score. It was like getting your Gmail score back. Yeah. The thing is that the first time my score was yellow, so I was like, I got to do it again to get to green. But it was very impressive. And you see that we talk about like how's the experience of a customer with AI. Yeah. I was blown away because of the quality of the response and the fact that it was real time. And when you think about it, if you want to buy a car, you can figure it online, you can do 3D and so on. With many of our companies, it's not the case. And these processes are not real time. So I was really blown away by the real time aspect and the quality of the response. So.
Yeah, no, thanks for doing it. It was all vibe coded, and then we talked because your score, I saw it in the morning. I was like, okay, he submitted. And it was like 70-ish, so it was like yellow. Then he submitted again, and I was like, okay, he got like an 83. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna reach out. We didn't know each other yet. I was like, I'm gonna reach out. We're gonna figure out what's up. And then we quickly were like, okay, like you've got to come because this is gonna be too good not to do. So that was super fun. A few questions I want to try and get to, and then we will take audience Q&A too. But for those who maybe don't know Personio as well, you guys are like $3 billion valuation or something crazy like that, like huge in the market. You're global. You have how many on your sales team now?
About 400.
Okay. So you've got all that on your sales, like writing on you. Like, was your CEO like, you need to figure out AI, or were you just like, we need to do this to like live up to our, customers, evaluation, and like where did it originally stem from?
No, it stemmed from our founder and CEO. So he said, hey, we're going to be AI first. We talked to obviously our VCs and the board, and they talked to us a lot about AI. Yeah. But our founder, CEO, kicked off this big search week. Yep. And that was a sign for the company, okay, we're going to be AI first SaaS. Yeah. And then it's for the leaders to really take it into their businesses and really lead from the front.
And how, personally for you, from your journey, I know folks just saw a little bit of, but how did you start to adapt of, okay, you started looking at different tools, rolling it out to the team, but you've done a lot of it yourself, much like we have. Like, how did you just like lock yourself in a room after that search week and get it done before you rolled it out to the team, or what was the methodology?
No, yeah, look, I use like LLMs like everybody else, but when you really start thinking about what the possibilities are, and I started following a lot of people who use like one of the tools and so on, and I thought this is going to change like everything. Yeah. And we got to seize the moment to be there and lead from the front. And now I'm like listening to your podcast every day, reading articles, and it's going so quickly. You started back in summer as well with
agents. Yeah, we started in May.
Yeah. So our AI search week was in May. Yeah. We kicked off go-to-market in June. It's not even half a year, and it's going so quickly.
Yeah, I think it's important for folks, right? Of like, I know sometimes it's intimidating when we get up here, we show all of our agents, and like, we could talk about it next. What the next problem is for us is keeping up with our agents. But I think if you're still a step back in deploying the agents, so many of your points ring true, right? Of doing it yourself, just getting it started and getting it going. And these things do take time, but they shouldn't take too much time where you feel crippled by it, right? Like we've all done this in the last literally 6 months. Like it is something that can be achievable, right, with like the right amount of time and then getting everybody on board. And then just to talk about it briefly, because we started talking about this backstage this morning, once you do reach this level, like, I don't know, how are you keeping up with your agents? Because I'm like, I'm struggling actually.
Yeah, no, it's first of all, it's very addictive to read the responses from the agents because you really see like how customers are thinking, and you also see where your own process falls short, and it's actually pretty complex. So you spoke about it as well, where when the customer asks a demo, okay, that's one question, you can take care of that. But if the customer in one question asks, I want a demo, I want to see your pricing and how does this product work, then you see that the AI starts using a different flow. They go like, okay, I'm going to answer this product question, but don't book the demo, and those are things that are hard to keep up with. The other thing is that one thing is like you're putting in all these rules, but then to some extent you see part of, it's not a black box, it's a semi-transparent box, because there's all these paths that you haven't seen yet, and that's why you got to stay on. But I really see like in the weekend now, okay, in this weekend, this couple of 1,000-person prospect came to our UK site. Then I go to the GM, take a screenshot, and send the screenshot from Nia to the and it's very interesting. And when I see the depth with which some of the questions are being answered, I'm like mind-boggling. And then at the same time, very dumb mistakes are being made. It's like, okay, how do we get that right?
And you're probably close to 24/7 to keep up with your agents. How much of the team now would you say is also close to that?
Yeah, as I say, 90% of our people is using LLMs on a weekly basis. So that's a lot. A lot of people use the assistants that we built internally. That's a lot. I look at AI every day.
But do you see your team like spending more and more time with, like, do you see them spending time like on their downtime on the weekends, like trying to keep up with their agents too, not just you?
Well, we have the dedicated people that are looking at it every day.
Every day, every hour.
It's going to take a lot of effort to get to like great. And when you think about this, I think the initial way we started was not fantastic. For example, you have these customers, these prospects asking for demos. Yeah. These are your best leads. Yeah. There were definitely like maybe 4 weeks where we didn't do enough. And I don't know how many demos we wasted by not training Nia immediately, but yeah.
And when you rolled it out to your sales team, just because you guys have a much bigger sales team than we do, and people have sales teams of different sizes here, I know you said you've spiffed them on doing President's Club. Did anybody like revolt? Was there any like negative reactions?
No, it's been very positive.
Okay.
But people will ask, okay, how will all these teams evolve over time? And I did say, like, look, the best career advice I can give you is lean into AI. Yeah. And what we do know is that everybody's job will evolve, including mine. Yeah. And some teams will get smaller, others will get bigger, and that is the case. So, for example, I think there are teams that where this is further away. For example, our channel and partner teams. We can use way more people there, and other teams will get smaller. So, but it will evolve, that's for sure.
And have you seen it impact any of your like head count for next year already? Because it's almost the end of the year.
No, we will reallocate people.
Yep. Okay.
But I think what we still see is that when you do planning for next year, managers say, "Hey, I need like 30 more people," and that means that there's still more work to be done. Their default should be like, "Can I solve this with AI?" And can we? Ultimately, the big question is, can we double the business with the same headcount? Yes. That's for me the big question.
Okay, yep, that is a big question. And when you're hiring specifically for sales, because you're a CRO, right? How do you look for candidates now versus back in April when you didn't have AI?
I would say for me that hasn't changed that much because
Okay.
I think number one trait is like curiosity. That I think is extremely important. And then things like grit and smarts. Guess what? All of these things are important in the world of AI. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that it changed that. I do think that we're gonna have like more people who are very like on one hand data-driven and system thinking. And right now we have too many things that we for our go-to-market engineers RevOps team, we get too many things that we can work on. I'm like, okay, I would love to do more.
Yeah. Yeah, and when it comes to your guys' use cases, because you have classic, right, like okay, outbound, inbound, which really you bought Qualified, interestingly, just to help you do round robin, right? You're like, I'm just going to use the meetings booker. If the rest works, great. And now you have, projects coming down the line. Are there other use cases you see that maybe in your purview or not? I know we started talking about convergence a little bit. Like, where do you see that in the next even like 3 to 6 months of like, okay, for other CROs or maybe founders who are still running sales, like what should, like inbound, outbound support, yes. What else do you think they should be thinking about?
So first of all, handoffs. Handoffs, when you think about it, why would a rep ever have to fill in something in Salesforce or in HubSpot? There have already been customer conversations. So anything that is like admin into your CRM, we should be able to automate that. The other thing obviously is like cross-sell.
Yep.
I think there part of the complexity is that when you have like a broader product portfolio, you go like to look at the jobs to be done for an account manager. It can be like, okay, cross-sell this product, cross-sell payroll, cross-sell these 5 apps. This one need a price change. This one need a standard renewal. This one. So there's sort of like 5, 6, 7 motions. And then when they have like, let's say a book of business of like 200 accounts. Okay, now your problem is you got 200 accounts and per account you need to know what to do.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, that's a ton of data and it's workflow. So there is a way with AI to make that better. If we can say, we're going to show you every morning, these are your 10 accounts that you need to go after. And per account, we're going to show you what you need to do, your next best action.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can be totally
that's magic, right, if that works. Yeah. Are you guys using it? I know I saw your Salesforce flow. Are you guys using it, but that looked like it was for new customers. Are you using it for renewals too in any way? Any AI?
No, we're going to.
You're going to?
Yeah.
Okay, so not
but
yet.
There we need to see, indeed, there also the question is, now you start giving all your customer data. So how do you do that? And we got to think about that as well.
Data, and then because you're going to roll it out, so you've thought through this maybe. How are you going to think, like how are you going to handle, like if the AI totally closes the deal, who will take care of it and who gets the renewal commission?
Frankly, I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
We want to grow faster, and if we see like, okay, this team needs fewer resources, we'll reallocate them to another team. So I'm not too worried about.
You're like everyone's going to eat, like it's going to be fine.
No, but it is like it's not about that. It's about faster growing. It's about like how can we allocate resources in the most efficient way.
Yeah, no, I like that. If you're comfortable sharing it, like have you? I don't think you've taken anything from your current headcount, but how much? Like, are you spending 6 figures right now on AI? More.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No, like, look, every SDR agent is, I think, about 100,000.
Yeah, each. Yeah. And then just for folks in the room to wrap, and then we'll get to Jason's session next. Any I know you've done a lot of really great advice. I know you've been sitting in all the sessions, so you've absorbed a lot today too. Anything you think they should avoid? Like you see your peers making this mistake, or your colleagues making this mistake, or you've talked to some people today where you're like, maybe just don't, if I could tell you one thing to not do, because you've told us a lot of really great things to do, what's one thing they should not do?
Yeah, I would not, you said it as well, endlessly testing tools. You got to dig in and go deep, learn from it. And Jason has said it as well, it's about doing AI instead of learning AI. I think if you try to read all the papers and not do anything, I don't think you'll move fast.
And then for folks who want to reach you, if we didn't get time for their questions, because they're going to Jason's session next, how can they reach you?
LinkedIn or
Yeah.
clay.
Yeah. Well, thanks
They'll
so much
figure
for
it out.
doing this,
Thank you.
Philippe, and for submitting and making it through. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Emilia.
everybody. We'll get started in just a minute. This has been an A-plus day. I know we're just getting going in the afternoon, but just wanted to thank Amelia for putting together a great event. So thank you very much for designing this for us. The only thing that's a little confusing is whether this starts at 2 or 2:15. It's just a tiny bump, so we'll give folks just 1 second to come in, and then we'll get going. We'll start now. So what this is this is kind of the session where some of this you will know, some of this you won't know, some of this it will just be me collecting a series of information that I think is interesting, but what is going on in B2B and AI going into next year. And I'll walk you through it in about 25 or 30 minutes. We don't need a full hour. I didn't know I had a full hour. If folks have questions on this, I'll stay until they kick us out for the next session with Harry and Maggie from OpenAI, where they go deep into how OpenAI's GTM works. That'll be fun. Maggie was at the US this year, and it was one of the top sessions, so stay and learn how they do it at scale then for our podcast. But I'll go through this, and the theme of this session, so much of what we've done has been tactical. This will be tactical in a different way, is what's your job for next year? And I think a lot of folks that have already been here today and yesterday have come out, and my job is to bring back a couple of agents next year. My job is to automate GTM. My job is to move faster. And use these tools, and that's all great. And the rest of the year, our whole theme will be very tactical. How do the tools work? What works? What are the blockers? But I think the most important thing strategically for folks here, if you have not re-accelerated or accelerate this year, is you've got to find your tailwinds. You've got to find your tailwinds. And I'm going to walk you through this in the next slide, that we're almost in a time of a paradox. We are in a time of an almost paradox in 25, 26. Some things are much easier and certainly much faster than just 18 months ago. Some things are harder, and I want to walk through why that's confusing when you dig into trends, dig into data, dig in what's happening. And I want to spend 25 minutes or so walking through what's really happening, from buying to funding to VC and more. But your job is to grab some of this AI mojo if you don't have it. We're not all Clay or Artisan or Anthropic or Gamma, and that's okay. But there is budget out there, and there is incredible demand. And even if you're not seeing the demand for your own product, you can feel your own demand for other vendors. There is budget there, and your job is to friggin' get it, to attach to those headwinds for real. The tailwinds for real, not battle the headwinds, not battle people that don't want to buy your product anymore because it's not AI native or doesn't do what you want. Your job is to radically increase the functionality of your product so you can tap into what buyers want to buy right now, not what they wanted to buy in 2023, let alone 2021. That's your job. Your job is to find these tailwinds because they're there, but it's not obvious. So let me kind of summarize this, and then I'll dig into it. And I know you may know some of this, you may know a little bit, but I'm going to go to it in some depth, which is one of the things that's most confusing, especially if you're on the social medias, the X's and the LinkedIn, is what the F is going on in venture capital. Because every day we read about, Supabase, database for AI, 5 billion last week, 2 billion the week before, 1 billion before that. We see Replit and Lovable from 0 to 200 million this year, going from, in some cases nothing to $4 billion valuation. It's got to be easy, right? It's got to be easy. I think most people in this room will tell you it's actually harder to raise capital, despite these big deals, because a handful of big AI deals are absorbing all the capital, and I'll show you the data very crisply. So it's a weird time if fundraising matters to you, if raising money matters to you, because in some ways, the dollars are back to the craziness of 2021, but it is not distributed evenly. Half of all the venture capital this year is going into 4 deals. 4 deals. And 2021 was so different than today. It was demand, it was being locked down, there were so many things. But beyond all that, it was very distributed. There were basically any SaaS company that could get to 20 million or so ARR back then was going to grow triple digits and was going to get funded and was going to become a unicorn. Okay? I remember sitting with a leading VC in 2021, And he was going down his portfolio and saying, well, this one will be a unicorn in about 90 days. This one will be a unicorn in about 110 days, okay? And that's just the way it worked. It was very distributed. And there's almost 1,000 of these unicorns from 2021 waiting to possibly never go public, okay? It is not as evenly distributed today. It is very concentrated in the very top. And it doesn't necessarily make most folks' lives easier, and I'll show you the data. Half going into 4 deals, the number's the same, the dollar's the same, but half going into 4 deals is nothing like the last wave. This one's really important. I'm going to show you the data. Software spend is accelerating to a record level next year, especially in the enterprise. A record level. It is re-accelerating the CIO's budget. But in 2021, in 2022, it was evenly distributed. Everyone got some. You know, every GTM tool, every e-signature tool, every Zoom-in tool, everyone got some of this budget. Not the way it's working now. Of this record budget increase, according to Gartner, which I'll show you, half is going into price increases, right? A few years ago, not everybody increased prices 7 or 8% every year. Now everyone's doing it to fatiguing their base. So half of this record spend is going to price increases. And it's not quite that simple. It's not just raising prices per seat. It's also additional offerings from the vendors, which we'll dig into. So half of this bonanza is going to existing vendors, which you don't get. And 30% of it is going into new AI tools that they're bringing in. It doesn't leave much left for all the rest. And in fact, what I'll show you is if you're not in existing vendors that are able to increase pricing, and you're not in a top AI initiative, the number of vendors is shrinking or flat. It's harder, your job is harder. So you're only gonna get tailwinds if you're in one of these 2 groups, okay? We'll show you this one. This is a version of the first one. Interestingly, it feels like unicorns are back with a passion, and decacorns and centacorns are even more of, but it's concentrated. It's almost as much money in dollars, but not deals. IPOs. Man, I don't know how many of you guys listened to the podcast that we've done with Harry and Rory for about 5 or 6 months. When we started doing it, the IPOs just started to come back. And then we had Figma, which rocketed 4x, right? I haven't checked today, but Figma's back down or below its IPO price, despite incredible growth. Klarna IPO'd, got out. I think it's down 48% as of today from its IPO. So all this great IPO energy that we had that kind of culminated in Figma, but there were others. A lot of them are still up, and some of them like CoreWeave that are AI related are still strong, but they're all down from their peak, and IPOs are ending the year, unfortunately, with a whimper. With a whimper. We didn't open up the floodgates for IPOs, and it might have felt like that on social media, but the reality is it's not going to make it any easier for most folks to go public. It is what it is. It's life as founders. We roll on. It's been worse, but this was not as great as it seemed for IPOs. And then the last one here, and then I'll dig into the data, but this is the tough one. It's almost the paradox. It's literally never been easier to scale to 100 million quickly as ever, but only for a select few. Only for the, again, listen, there were crazy, there were the crazy hop-ins that went up and down. There was the Zoom hysteria. There was a lot of stuff that happened in the 2020, 2021. But we were more on the same journey then. And a Gamma already went from 0 to 100, 1 to 100 this year. Replit and Lovable, 1 to 200 million already this year. You know, I'm a small investor in a video app called Higgsfield. I just found out they did $1 million on Black Friday and already got to 100 million this year doing video, and they have tons of competition. I mean, it's a great app. I love this app. I've been a user since day one, an investor, but it's not. They don't own the market. I mean, it's one of the best teams, but already at 100 million this year. So if you nail this AI product market fit, this 2x2, literally in our lifetimes, it's never been easier, in air quotes, to get to 100 million. It's a super cycle, but there's so much competition. Folks are getting cloned so quickly. There's a friend of mine that a company I invested in here, that totally awesome AI app, very disruptive. I think launched about 60 days ago, has 4 clones already. Now, none of them are as good, but again, we talked about it a little bit this morning. It's just faster. Everything's faster. So it's faster to 100 million, less stable, and more concentrated. So you could say, woe is me. You could stare at your shoes. You could blame the economy. You can blame everyone else for raising prices. Or you can figure out what the F everyone else is doing and go get a little. Your job is to get some of that. to go get some of that. And you had, frankly, if you didn't accelerate growth at all this year, you get a D because you had a year. You had a year. I give everyone a pass for last year. I give everyone a big pass for 2023. All these tools were kind of terrible in AI. No one gets a pass this year. You saw it coming. You saw it changing. You saw these agentic tools getting better. If you didn't reaccelerate and you weren't in market with a great agent, a great agentic product this year, you get a D minus, but you don't get an F because you got through the year. But you can't get a D next year. You're late. So this is your job to go find it, right? Find the tailwinds. Okay, so let's dig in. That's the whole presentation. If you want to leave now and go do something more interesting, you can. Okay? Now I'm just gonna dig into some of the numbers. You don't have to stay, or you can ask questions afterwards. But just to show it visually, these are some charts from SaaStr, and these two I regurgitated from Crunchbase. But it'll kind of show you, I didn't have that, we just ended November, but October 2025 was the highest, on the right, the highest valuation total capital raised by new unicorns in 3 years. So you get it. So we're not quite back at 2021 peak for dollars into unicorns. I think we will be next year, but it's the number 2. But look at the left. The deal count's like a fraction of what it was. The deal count. This is just a visual representation of the concentration. The money's going back, and so many investors that I've known over the years, so many actually classic SaaS and B2B investors that used to do seed and A, they're doing Anthropic at 80 billion, 100 billion. They're doing Ramp at 32 billion. Like, these are guys that used to do A deals. And like, why are they doing this? Are these stupid people? No, that's actually where the easy money is, right? I mean, they just said today Anthropic's going to raise at 300 billion. So if you were a VC and you invested at just 60 billion or 80 billion, you're looking like a genius rather than investing in some new startup at the A stage and you're just hoping your money doubles in 2 years. Like, it's just, I know it's air quotes, but it's where the easy money is. And not only is it easy to get, if you get into an Anthropic or whatever, not only is it easy to see your asset appreciate on paper, it's easy because there's liquidity. You can actually sell your shares. And it's easy because, and here's what's happening in venture, you can put so much money in, right? It's great if you put $5 million into a startup at 50 million and then it doubles to 100 million. Your 5 turns into 10. That's great. The profit to the whole VC firm is 20% of that, 2 million. If you're able to put 100 million into Anthropic and it triples, right, then you've made 40 million bucks for actually less work because you didn't have to find the company from scratch. So it's less work to make 10 times more money. That's just math today. And you're seeing it here. And so if you talk to investors here or you listen to the podcast that we do with Harry and Rory, what you'll hear is, and you'll see it if you're an investor, most startups are not doing great today. They're not. But the ones that are really breaking out at this crazy level, the investors are just frothing at the gums to put more money in. They shove money down founders' throats, and it's just because there's no ceiling to the best of them, right? Anthropic isn't topping out at $1 billion. OpenAI isn't topping at $1 billion. They're topping out at $1 trillion, and so you can just shove so much money into companies now. That's the game today, you see, and you just got to be aware of it. It almost seems silly to do early stage investing. On our pod, we say seed is for suckers. It's resonating. It just seems so silly when you can just put the money into a late stage unicorn AI company and it quintuples in a year, 1 year. 1 year. Why would you do anything else? Why would you struggle to find a startup, meet the founders pre-revenue, figure out if their 3K of MRR is going to go to 30, learn the competition? Why would you do that if you could just invest in a leader and have your money quintuple? Like, you could argue that it may come down, but if you look at all the data, it sure doesn't feel like this AI super cycle is going to end next month or next quarter or next year. So don't expect venture capital to change. And so don't expect, I've said it a lot on the pod and others have talked about it, don't expect the classic triple, double startup, which is very hard to do in B2B. Don't expect it to get more attractive to most VCs unless you're doing even better, because it doesn't make any math. If you think about it in your head, it's just a hard way to make money. We're all kind of lazy. We're all kind of lazy. Like, we're not all super lazy. You're here, you came here, but we all want to find the fastest path to A to B. You know, VCs at the end of the day are like sales reps that get 100 leads, but one of them's $1 million deal that's going to close in Q4. Where are you going to put all your time? Not all you can put 80% of your time just standing around, waiting for the email. Did it get e-signed? Okay? There's a version of that VCs are doing today. You know, it's the easy money. And then this is just a different one. I took this from Excel's recent analysis. It's up on SaaStr. This is another way to see it on the right, which is that total VC dollars in are projected to be about the same in 25 as 21, according to Excel, and that's great. Excuse me one sec. So in a sense, we're back, right? And again, I think 26 will be even bigger, so we'll surpass the dollars of 21. But look at the top 4 deals are taking half the money. Again, OpenAI, Anthropic, X.AI, they're just absorbing so much money because you just put your couple $100 million on the table and you double or triple down on a lot of money. They're just absorbing so much money. So that bottom darker one, I apologize, I'm colorblind. These might be colored or just shaded. Like overall dollars back, but again, it's into less than half the companies, right? It's, the rest of the money is only going into half the companies. So a weird market when 59.6% of the model companies are taking all the money. Okay, we hit this one. Actually, I just made this slide like a week ago. It's gotten worse. It will get better. But this is the IPO story. So just because ultimately, listen, one of the great things about being in a startup is you can kind of ignore a little bit of the externalities. As long as you have runway, as long as you have time, you don't really have to worry about where NASDAQ is today. You don't really have to worry about IPOs. It seems a while away. It's kind of, startups are harder than big companies, but in a way you're in a bubble. And it's kind of comforting to just be in your lane. You just do, like, the competition's killing you, you don't have enough people, but at least you don't have to worry about all the externalities. But this is, again, I saw this from the Excel analysis, Excelscape, it's on SaaStr. Like, yeah, IPOs came back, but not much, okay? So there was a point in 2021, the peak moment, I forget when it was an IPO a day. Okay, it obviously wasn't the whole year, it would have been 365, 46, but it was an IPO, actually I think it was an IPO a day outside of tech. This is just software and AI. So it was an IPO a day in 2021, and then HashiCorp was the last one in December of 2021, and then the door just slammed in 2021. And it was actually really weird because if you were in the market back then, 2022, things were actually great for business. Like people kept buying software. So in some cases, growth came down a little bit. 23, it started to get hard to sell the same old boring B2B products. It was still easy in 2022, but man, the IPO market slammed shut, zero. I don't see any zeros going back for more than a decade. That was a crummy year for tech IPOs. I don't know what happened in 23. 24, was 23 Klaviyo? Maybe Klaviyo's not on this. Did anyone know this was Klaviyo 23 or 24? It might have been 23. Klaviyo came out of nowhere. It's the HubSpot for the Shopify ecosystem, the HubSpot for e-commerce. Great company, 1.2 billion in revenue, growing, I think, almost 40%. They IPO'd, and then we had a few in 24. Rubrik and Service Titan were great ones. OneStream, an interesting small one. And then it seemed like it was coming back in 25, but maybe we'll end the year at 9 or 10 in tech. It's not that much. And worse on the right, again, this is a couple days ago, this is the performance from the peak. So from Figma, which is for many of us probably the best one on the list, 74% down from its peak. Chime minus 30. Klarna's even worse. It's 47% today. So like if you're a public market investor, now listen, only so many people buy at the peak, right? But this doesn't get you excited, does it? It doesn't make you like froth at the mouth for another 10 IPOs or 20 IPOs next week. It just puts a damper on the market, and so we just have to adapt that 2026 might be a banner year for IPOs, 27 might be, but the data didn't end up being so great like we might have thought it was mid-year. This one's a tough one to internalize. This is, if you talked, and again, venture is very important, but it's a very small slice of the world. But this is a tough one that I don't have a lot of answers to. Today's about a lot of answers. How do you do AI SDRs, BDRs, AI RevOps, scale your team? We got a lot of answers here. This is the one that's tough, which is that because the new AI companies are growing so quickly, the winners are getting younger. The winners are getting younger. 65% are 0 to 3 years old. Now, it's not universal. On the right, I took the screenshot from Lovable. 1 year to 6.3 billion, right? Seems pretty crazy. But I use Replit. They're both great. I actually don't really have a horse in the race or an investment. Replit actually, I think, is almost 10 years old. And I think it was 6 years old as an IDE. and then it was around, and its timing was perfect when Claude 4 and everything worked, and it blew up equally as well as Lovable. So not everyone is the new kid on the block. There are plenty of folks you've heard today, and for every Lovable, there's a Replit or Gamma that was around for a long time, and then AI worked and it blew up. But overall, the kids are younger these days. Not just in age, there's some truth to that. Certainly if you go to Y Combinator in the Bay Area, you meet a lot of 18-year-old, 19-year-old founders. Dropping out of Stanford your first year is seen as very cool. It's a change. But really, it's that the companies are so young. And why is this kind of a bummer? It's great if you did the Lovable round a year ago, right? But what it means is, and maybe this isn't all bad, if you've been doing this for a while, your VCs are just going to check out on you. It's just again, like putting all your money into Anthropic, it's just natural. If your company's around 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, and you're looking at this chart, you know what your job is as an investor? Go find the next Lovable. Go find the next Lovable. Now, it's not all bad, okay? The flip side is, if you're older and you're not a rocket ship, your VCs probably just don't, your investors probably mostly, at least in the US, they just don't care anymore. Do whatever you want. Make a little bit of money, run the company how you want, grow 30%, 60%, 10%. As long as you don't need more money, more power to you guys. So I don't see, pre-2020, I think when growth slowed when you were older, VCs would get agitated and they'd have meetings and they'd talk forever and maybe even talk about bringing in a new CEO or something. I haven't heard anyone in years talk about bringing a new CEO into a venture-backed startup. They just stopped showing up. I'm a little busy. First, I'm like, can I do the board meeting on Zoom? So then they move to Zoom, and then they're just not there. And as long as you don't need it, to me, when I was a founder, I took all this stuff personally. I still take it personally today. If you don't take it personally, it might not be a negative. You might have some freedom. But just be aware, when you look at this chart, it's just natural as an investor, not just to chase the shiny new object, we're all human beings, but it's just where the money is today, for now, today. It's not that long tail. And so it's complicated. It's complicated. It's also complicated for the 1,000 unicorns from 2021 that maybe aren't quite growing at the Figma level, because if you go back for a second, if Figma's down 74% from its IPO high, you know how many B2B companies are better than Figma? Like approaching none. Okay, like very few. So many of the unicorns in the pipeline are very, very, very good companies. They're just not quite growing at the rate Figma did at $1 billion. Who's going to be excited about them? Unfortunately, it's got to be you. You've got to find your own excitement because your investors in the markets, for the moment, are not going to be excited. Okay, let's come back. Let's dig into this dichotomy. This is the latest Gartner report I could find. Folks sometimes make fun of Gartner. Don't, because yeah, sometimes it feels kind of like a scam when you have to pay to show up in the report and everything. But honestly, I don't know anyone that talks to more CEOs and buyers of software than Gartner. Okay, are their predictions always off a little bit each year? Yes, but so are mine. Okay, even a lot of your plans on 12/31 were not exactly where you thought they'd be at the end of the year. No one talks to more buyers. So I think the trends and the rough data they see is about as good as it gets, just because they talk to the most. And this is pretty crazy. Software spend slowed for a while. It re-accelerated in 25 because of AI to 11.9% at 1.2 trillion. That's a lot. Okay, that's a lot. That's not growing 12% at your ARR, okay? This is an insane amount of additional buying, okay? And they're predicting it's going to re-accelerate to 15.2 for software, 9.8% overall for IT. That's a lot because for a million reasons, including the fact our overall global economy is not growing this quickly, right? So we're going to put more and more of ultimately a fixed amount of revenue in the world and in companies into software and into technology. That's the good news. This is a lot, 11 to 50% at this level. That's an almost unprecedented level of additional investment into software. That's the good news. The bad news is unless you do something, you ain't getting any of it. Okay? So I tried to summarize all the leading analysts. ISG, 30% of the budget increases into AI. Deloitte said 36%. McKinsey came in low at 20, that's still a lot. BCG, Boston Consulting Group, AI is the #1 being reallocated from other categories. Gartner, top 1 to 2 priorities across almost all its CIOs. They're saying their incremental budget, though, is only going up 2.79%, and they're budgeting 9% price increases for next year. 9% price increases. So what does all this mean? You've got to steal this budget from some of these people. You've got to steal it from other AI native. You've got to be a top 3 AI initiative or steal it from the price increases or you're not going to get it. So I said steal or be stolen, it's up to you. But you can't just stand around like in past years and build a great product. A great product that optimizes workflow, that has an ROI calculator on your website, that makes your team more productive. There's just no friggin' budget for it. Okay? AI is about more than being productive. Ultimately, it's about replacing or augmenting humans and delivering relatively rapid and massive ROI, much more than traditional workflow and database software. So you either got to be in this game, or the budget's going to be stolen from you for price increases and to free up money for AI, because there's only so much. So here, I collected it a little bit just to show it to you in a different way. Even though spend into software is going to be was a record this year growth of 11% and 15% next year at this scale at over $1 trillion, the average public cloud company's growth is coming down. You know this. But it's worse than this because they're not grabbing the budget. Palantir is, security is, other things are going well. Klaviyo is tying into the great growth of e-commerce, as is Shopify. Figma's got some of it. These are the winners. These are the 5 of the top winners with the best ARR multiples that are public companies. But overall, we kind of get a D-. The leaders, the public companies get a D- for this year too. It's not just a few of us. A D- because they didn't tap into all that great budget. Where's that acceleration? Do you see it in this chart? I don't see any of it. I see consistent deceleration. There are examples. MongoDB tapped back into it this year. They re-accelerated. Even Twilio came back a bunch. But no one really crushed it. They let all this money go to newer entrants. Okay? It's a more power to our investments and our friends that made money from it, but pretty bad job by incumbents. Not just some startups and unicorns, but the public companies. There are some exceptions. Obviously, Snowflake, Databricks on the private side, Palantir is crazy. But we really didn't get it all, and so you got to do it next year. I know you guys kind of know this, but I wanted to break out. Actually, if you go to SaaStr AI, our newer site, not .com, we're still maintaining both. We can talk about it if you want. But we have market data where we pull all these top companies, and we show you exactly what's happening every day if you want in real time. You can even get a real-time newsletter. We show you multiples. It's just for B2B. It's pretty cool. So I literally just copied this from SaaStr AI/markets. And we update this every day live. But it just so not only are we sort of in an AI and non-AI world, in many cases in B2B, there's this massive multiple divergence in today's world. Now, this has always been true. Faster-growing companies are worth more than slower-growing companies. But it's just very divergent today. So these are public companies. You've got to scale these numbers up for startups. Obviously, small companies have to grow faster than big companies, all things being equal. But if you look at the left, if you're in the top bucket, the ones at $1 billion or plus that are growing 30%, Rubrik, Palantir, Figma, and others. Figma's actually the low trader in this group. They're still trading at 23 times ARR. That's pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Now, it's kind of Palantir warps it, as does Rubrik a little bit. But they're growing 43% as public companies. Public companies. That's a lot at that scale. Actually, the ones in the middle are holding up surprisingly well. The ones that actually, we saw a lot of deceleration. The ones that aren't decelerating, that are growing 24%, are growing almost 12 times ARR. That's a pretty high multiple. And then you're just getting crushed at the bottom. You're getting crushed. When growth is less than 20%, 4.9 times ARR. I wrote up PagerDuty this week, growing 4% and now profitable, trading at 2 times revenue. $500 million in ARR. Worth $1 billion. Eventbrite today, I think, sold at 1 time revenue to Bending Spoons. Okay? So, the public markets only expect pretty good growth, and actually, you get a great deal. You actually don't have to grow at 2021 rates to get really high multiples, but you've got to grow. This will help you triangulate the buckets. Huge premium for growth. If for some reason, even after this year, you think being profitable is enough, it may be if you're bootstrapped and you're making a lot of money and put it in your own pocket. If you're Valve, or someone like that, you know, and you're bootstrapped and you just bought yourself a $500 million yacht last month, more power to you, right? I don't know whether it really matters how much Steam and Valve grow when you're making $4 billion in profit a year, 4 or 5 billion, 6, I mean, you want to grow, but maybe 4 billion in profit's enough with 300 employees, okay? I don't know. But most of us are not like that. We have to grow. And so, listen, a lot of folks had to cut or get fit because their runways were shortened. They can't raise another round for the reason we talked about. But profitable is not enough unless you're utterly, insanely profitable like Zoom. For every dollar Zoom brings in, 50 cents goes to the bottom line. Okay, PagerDuty and others don't do that. You've got to grow, and otherwise you're going to be worth 2x like PagerDuty or 1x like Eventbrite. You don't want to be in that box. You just don't want to be in that box. Massive split in valuations. Here's another one that looked good at first. If you didn't dig in, this is from like a week or two ago. Adobe, trying to get into the AI game on the marketing side, buys SEMrush because they wanted to be into GEO, LLM optimization. So even though SEMrush it's actually bootstrapped, kind of a cool story. Even though they're older, they do have a lot of good instrumentation to sort of see where you show up in the LLMs and ChatGPT and Claude and all that. And Adobe needs something today because actually 30% of Adobe's revenue is selling to marketers. It's not Creative Cloud and others. It's the whole marketing, more enterprise side. So they buy them for $1.9 billion. Sounds like a lot, but it's only 3 times next 12 months sales, even with a huge premium. They had to pay, because when you buy a public company 9 times out of 10, you have to pay higher than the public stock price or most folks won't sell. Like even with Eventbrite selling at 1x today, I think it was still like a 50 or 60% premium that Bending Spoons had to pay. Otherwise people just won't fill in their proxy form or sign the deal. So even with Adobe paying a huge premium, it's only 3x revenue. No, we don't want to sell for 3x revenue, guys. Okay, we don't want to do it. So there's just a massive split in valuation for growth. Okay, let me summarize a couple other things, and then we can take some time for questions or other things if we have them. I know this might seem obvious to some folks, but I still think 90% of folks don't get this. Even maybe don't get it. That is the wrong thing. Maybe they want to believe something that isn't quite true that they want to believe. Folks I've talked to here today and yesterday, they get it. They're here. They're obsessed with AI for B2B, and they're a little behind. They didn't build Gamma or Replit or whatnot, and they want to build a Copilot. They want to build a little AI that makes your product better. And listen, those are great, and all of us should have a Copilot. I personally, honestly, if there is a B2B app and I can't talk to the app and solve my problems, if I have to like figure it out from a clunky UX or like a help menu, I don't even want to use those apps in 2025. I want to talk to the app. I want the app to tell me how to use it and be better. But I'm not going to pay you 2 or 3 times as much because you have a cool Copilot or a nice chat. That's not enough. It's not enough. Like AI features don't count. They're necessary but not sufficient to grow. And I don't want to pick on PagerDuty, but 500 million, only worth $1 billion. Look at PagerDuty's website right now if you want, pagerduty.com. It says AI all over it. They've got AI monitoring, AI uptime monitoring, AI this, AI that. It don't matter. Unless you're replacing a large part of DevOps humans with AI, it doesn't count because there's no extra budget. So where is this budget coming from at the end of the day? I break it up into 3 groups. And which one are you? A Copilot is none of them. A feature alone is none of them. Where do you get this budget? The part that Gartner is talking about. Replacing humans. It's brutal but true. 2 things took off quickly in AI. Software development, we all know Cursor at $1 billion and all the rest. We could talk about it if we want. But also, if for some reason you don't follow it, you probably do, contact center blew up. Support. The existing investors, Zendesk re-accelerated even though it's private. Sierra went from nothing to 100 million in 1 year, Decagon, lots of others. Intercom was just here, Finn. Their AI products at 100 million right after the company growth slowed. We just heard from the chief product officer today. And is it because the AI is cool? No, honestly, they're cutting half their support teams. Mark Benioff said even at Salesforce, they're growing, they're adding more headcount in sales and marketing. But I think he said, I don't know what the numbers, I think 3,000 or 4,000 folks in support they already replaced with AI and their own AI and support cloud and Agentforce, but that's thousands of humans. Now they reskilled some and moved them into other departments and moved around the headcount. Salesforce is investing. That's a lot of change, okay? And so people didn't buy this AI support software because it was cool or because it was a Copilot. They bought it to get rid of headcount. And that is going to accelerate next year. And if you can get rid of 100 million of headcount, there's probably room for a couple $100,000 a year of your tool, okay? Two, and these are different. If you truly augment humans dramatically, I should have put dramatically in the color, not augment humans, dramatically. You know, I don't know, how many folks here use Cursor? Okay, enough for similar, right? I mean, I'm not technical enough, I use Replit, but it makes you so much more effective. So much more effective. People, if you guys haven't used any sort of vibe coding tool or Cursor or for non-technical folks, Replit or Lovable or something, you might not get it. Like, even in May when we were at SaaStr Annual, people, the idea was, oh, I'll make my developers 30% more productive with these tools, okay? Okay, I'll spend a couple $100 a month, maybe $500 a month, and they'll magically be more productive. Like, they'll just create more features. And there's truth to that, but it's much more than that. Like, if you're deep on Cursor or other tools, you're never going back. It fundamentally changes the way we build software. Like, Cursor and all these other tools, Rep and Level, have ingested every piece of open source and probably a lot of closed source software. They have all of it. So anything you want to build that has been built before can be built in minutes or moments. So I don't know if you were yesterday. Yesterday morning, I built a game called, what did I call it? VaporSale.ai. You can play it. You can get half off SaaStr Annual in May if you play it. VaporSale.ai. Try it right now. It's super cool. It's got cool music. You sell a product that should exist but doesn't. You've got to convince prospects to buy something that's AI and trendy, but it doesn't work. It's kind of a fun little game. I mean, I built this in 1 hour. Actually, I built it in less. And why? Because honestly, it's just stealing someone else's code. It's got a fresh skin on it. I gave it the right prompts and the right ideas, but it's already in the code. And so why would anyone go back to like writing this code from scratch like you had to do a year ago? you wouldn't, right? So this is radically augmenting humans, these types of tools. I mean, you know yourself, even if you don't code, ChatGPT or Claude, you're not going back, right? You're not going back. So, but this is radical augmentation. Or three, an incredible level of productivity. So when we talk about our stack, we talk about a bunch of these, but like, and I don't mean to keep going back to the well, but like we use Gamma to make all our sales collateral instead of Google Slides or PowerPoint. It's not like a little bit better. Like in 5 minutes, it pulls all of our data from our CRM and otherwise, it knows everything about the prospect, and it creates a beautiful dynamic presentation completely customized to them in 5 minutes. And we pay $100 a month. That's like one of the best deals on planet Earth. We're not going back. But most folks, classics, they're just not going that far. They're only making their products better. I'm sorry, that was enough in the old days. It ain't enough. This is where the budget is. It's not enough for AI to make your product better. You got to replace humans, turn us into like cyborgs. I guess I'm going to rename section 2 cyborgs. I'm human AI hybrid in Claude or Replit. Maybe even Harvey, arguably, we're hybrids, right? We work together. Or insane productivity, order of magnitude more productivity before. Honestly, sit down and ask yourself, are these the tools you built this year, or did they just make your product nicer? If you spent this whole year building AI tools for your B2B product and you didn't see any additional growth, I bet you're in the 4th bullet and not the first 3. Okay. Another way to think about this, okay, maybe this is my penultimate point. People call this a super cycle. VCs call it a super cycle. But why is this a super cycle? This is an important point. I've talked about this a couple times in the 20 VC pod that we're going to do live in about an hour. But this is why you've got to be in market with an AI product A and B, because everyone's in market at the same time. So why did SaaS blow up in 2020 and 2021, right? It wasn't just that for a few months everyone worked at home, okay? It wasn't just that, because half the US economy was essential workers. Half of folks still had the same jobs. They still went to Starbucks, they still went to the hospital, and they still did all these things. And that kind of ended in a lot of red states by the end of the year, okay? I was split, I don't know about you, in 2020 I was split between blue and red, okay? I'm not political, okay? Up in the Bay Area, it was like a sci-fi post-apocalyptic thing. Half the time, because of family reasons, I lived in Orange County in Southern California, it was like it never happened. Okay, there were no masks, people were taking school buses, they were eating inside in restaurants even though it wasn't even allowed. Okay, so it wasn't, what happened wasn't just this, it was that it drove a thing where everyone was in market at once. Every enterprise decided they needed these tools. Every enterprise, there was so much change. They needed a contact center where you didn't have to come to work for a while. They needed e-signatures. They needed Zooming was the most crazy one. They needed all of it. And what happened was instead of the traditional 5 to 6% of prospects being in market a month, which is a way a lot of marketers think about things, right? I'm gonna try to reach everyone in my universe, but the only 20% are really in my ICP. And of that 20%, maybe 4 to 5 to 6% are in market, right? So if you start doing the math, you're lucky if 1% of your list, your database, actually is gonna buy this year, right? Because you think about how many folks are in market, because if your tools are working great, it might take 5 or 8 years to even decide to switch them out. When I was at Adobe and we moved to Salesforce, it took Adobe 5 years just to move to Salesforce, a big company. How long would it take you? They're never moving off, but if you were going to move off, it would be like a decade, right? So folks were rarely in market, but in 2020 and 2021, everyone was in market. Now it's happening again with AI. And some of it is productivity, but a lot of it is just, you know this from your customers. CIOs on down have a massive initiative to bring AI innovation to the company and have massive productivity gains. And so everyone's in the market, but you've got to be a need. And I just kind of wrote this up to myself. We've heard this today, so many sessions. So many folks I've talked to today need an AI GTM tool. Do they really need it? Will their companies die without it? No. But they want a Clay or Qualifier Artisan or other folks you've talked to. They need it. They're finding it. They want to bring this tool in. I need it. I need AI support we talked about. I need AI legal review. I need AI coding. I need AI security. Not only Rubrik and Instagram, we had Aikido security this morning that's blowing up because they need this for AI. So are you this? Are you one of the categories of products that buyers feel, right or wrong? Just like maybe we didn't really need all these products during 2020 and 21. The world, with hindsight, was more normal than we thought. But do they feel like they need this product right now? If not, you're not going to get any budget. So how do you I need this for AI? That's what you've got to build in the first half of next year so you don't become obsolete. Another couple points why some of the best ones are blowing up and why others are struggling. The best B2B AI enables TAM expansion. So a lot of those public companies, they've reached TAM saturation, often because they're only single product or double product. They don't really have a suite. They can't build as much as Datadog. They can't build 12 products or 20 products. They've saturated. They've gotten to double digits of their market. But because the best AI products do so much more, they can charge more. So Gamma at $100 a seat, which our PowerPoint AI tool, like $100 is not that much money compared to what a lot of you charge, but it's a lot more than Google Slides or Canva, which are basically free. We already pay for G Suite. It's free. You may already pay for Office. That's free. Canva, you get everything for like $9, okay? And we're still paying $100 a month. That's a lot more TAM. Cursor et al., Cursor, all the rest, Windsurf, all these other tools, it's so much. Think about it for a minute. Atlassian got incredibly successful selling Jira and other products for $5 a month with discounts to folks at companies. Now folks will spend $400, in some cases $5,000 on Cursor. That's why it goes to $1 billion. It's so much TAM expansion. It is so much more than a project management tool or a bug tracking tool. It is so much more TAM by that productivity. And we've talked almost ad nauseum here about AI SDRs and BDRs. These products will cost a lot more than 1 seat of HubSpot, or 1 seat of Salesforce, or 1 seat of Zoho CRM, or pick your. I mean, do you know any CRM that costs $50K to $100K a year for one? I'm slightly exaggerating. It's not really 1 seat, but these guys are blowing up because the products unlock huge TAM expansion. Huge TAM expansion by replacing a lot of humans, a lot of SDR. And none of these guys would be remotely as successful if they had to charge like traditional SaaS companies. You know, if all these folks out here had to charge $5 a month like Notion, they wouldn't be here. Most of them, they couldn't afford to be here. They couldn't afford to fly anybody out or come out here because of TAM expansion. And so This is the way the game has changed. And so if your Copilot isn't really letting you charge more for your product, it's not because your sales team isn't good enough or your product marketing, you don't have the right gerunds and vowels and colors on your website or the right fonts. It's because you haven't added so much value that you unlock so much TAM. So much TAM. Some of these guys, their software is better than you, but it's not like they're so much better at sales and marketing than you. They just unlock so much TAM. So you've got to be honest. Does your AI product for 2026 enable you to charge 5 times or more than what you're charging today? And earn it. Not shove it down people's throats, but earn it. Earn it. That's the unlock here. Charging for your Copilot that no one wants. Microsoft learned no one wanted to pay an extra $20 a month to talk to Word. Okay? That was the great innovation. And even Microsoft couldn't get people to buy that. Okay? It doesn't work. No one wants a mediocre Copilot. Okay, and a couple more points. I'm talking about 2026 because even though, listen, you guys all get a pass. We all get a pass. But even though some folks are getting D- or C's for this year, I'm sorry to be direct. I'm just trying to be helpful with love. It's all said with love. There isn't infinite time, but there's still time. We are early here. I don't know if we can all catch Cursor. Okay, might be a little late. But there is time. I picked 2 examples. Clio, Jack Newton, old SaaStr OG from the beginning, legal tech. Really, they added fintech and it worked for them, and they raised at $3 billion, and then they added AI to their product in the last year in legal for legal case management, $5 billion. Founded in 2008. 2008. Gamma, I've talked to too much, but founded in 2020. Didn't really work before AI. Now 100 million and with just 50 employees. So there are a few of you who probably no one here, you wouldn't have come. There are a few of us in the broader SaaS community that have already lost to so-called AI native folks. You've lost the game. Woe is us. I don't think it's true for most folks. You have time. You don't have infinite time, but it's early. It is early. What I can tell you, the Salesforce team is here with Agentforce. What I've learned is that, learned it from Mark and lots of others, is like, yeah, there's a segment of Salesforce's 44 billion of AR, or whatever they're at, that needs these tools tomorrow. But a lot of the traditional industries haven't even started, right? I'm not telling you to go buy public stocks, but I'd be long on Salesforce even if the market wasn't sure this year because it's just getting going with this product. The demand is just getting going. So don't go and directly compete with the folks that already did a couple $100 million this year unless you know you have a better engineering team than them. But so much of this is still early. So many folks found their wind this year. This should be you next year. It is not too late. But eventually, if you don't catch up with your agentic product, with your native AI product, if you don't catch up next year, your direct competitors will, and then you will lose market share. You will lose market share. And the one thing, the honest thing to ask yourself, and if you're founders, maybe not even to share with below your management team. At the end of each year, you have to be honest. Did we gain or lose market share this year? Did we gain or lose market share this year? Even if you grew 50% this year, if your competitor grew 100%, and you're at the same ARR, sorry, I got to normalize it, you lost this year. Okay? Did you gain market share? Every year that's important, but in the world of AI, it's even more important because it can sneak up on you. Be honest. There was one startup I worked with that has just crossed 100 million, pretty good year, pretty good AI product. A couple quarters ago, they started deleting the competition slide from their board deck. Where did it go? First time it was a hidden slide, went from shown to hidden in Google Slides, and then it disappeared. Why? They weren't gaining share anymore. Okay? Now, I kind of gave the CEO a pass. I brought it up between me. I wouldn't bring it up in front of the team. If you're not honest about gaining share, you won't gain it next year. You'll lose it in today's world. So ask yourself honestly. Figure out who your direct competition is. Find a way to track your share. Figure out their ARR. Figure out their growth. Go on the internet. Figure out every metric you can find out. Number of customers. Scrape it. Use tools. Even if you have to, use web traffic as a crummy proxy. But make sure in the age of AI you are gaining share. And don't hide behind it if you're not. Okay, maybe a couple other paradoxes, and then we really will wrap. This is just a trend to think about for 2026. It's complicated. Leaner teams are real. Now Gamma just said, I'm going to go into Gamma, but I just noticed in the last, $2 billion valuation, 100 million ARR, 50 employees. Lovable and Replit both under 100 employees. Cursor, I think, it's a little bit confusing, but whether they're under 100 anymore, they were under 100, they'll be under 300. These are very lean teams, but some of them have 100% inbound, dramatic demand, and no sales team, okay? So if you have no marketing costs and no need for a sales team temporarily, and you have one product, you can actually be pretty lean, right? One product, no sales team, no marketing expense. It is easier to be a little lean than a traditional B2B company. But everyone is getting leaner, and this isn't about layoffs or just getting more profitable, because as we just talked about with PagerDuty and slow growth, just being profitable isn't enough. It's not going to give, selling for 1 times your revenue is not worth it. You've all worked too hard to sell your companies for 1 times revenue. So this isn't just about getting fit. 2022 and 2023 was about getting fit, because now you can say this without getting your head cut off. We had way too many employees running around in 2021 doing nothing. We had way too many marketers spending 90 days doing an infographic, okay? Everyone was bloated, okay? Everyone was bloated. There's a million things going on now. Some of it is replacing humans with AI. Some of it is other things. But we're just all going to get leaner and leaner and leaner in terms of employees, ARR per employee. It's not going to reverse itself. There is no trend to reverse itself. So the new guys are getting more efficient, but everybody is essentially getting much more efficient. There's a little too much chart going on the right. It's showing up more in early stage companies and late stage companies where there's more bloat, but it's still happening. And then just briefly, I don't want to go too much into this because we've had a lot of time. I guess I did need the whole hour. But a weird thing being, there's just this chart on the right. I've talked a little bit about it before, but it's something important to not accidentally be arrogant about or pat yourself on the back. Yes, are a lot of AI companies burning a lot on tokens, burning a lot on inference, burning a lot on AI? Yes, but their burn multiples are lower than traditional companies because they're growing so quickly. Now, you've got to keep that wheel going. But if, oh my God, you're like, oh, you can make fun of this AI startup. Those guys burn $1 million a month on inference, okay? That's not sustainable. Their margins are 40%. Yeah, but if they added 50 million of ARR, it's wildly efficient. Okay, if they slow to 10%, you get crushed. But this is another almost paradox. The fastest growing AI companies are burning more AI, and their gross margins are lower, but their burn multiples are also lower because they're adding so much revenue. It's worth it. It's worth it to win this AI war, at least for the next couple of years. Here's 2 versions of this. Here's HubSpot and Salesforce. Obviously, probably every single person in this room uses HubSpot or Salesforce, so I picked them. Since 2021, this is their efficiency ratio, their revenue per employee. HubSpot up 2.6x, even Salesforce up 2.2x. Old Microsoft has passed peak employee and is coming down. Not only is Microsoft's efficiency going down, its absolute number of headcount is going down and trending down. I mean, it can't go down to 0. I mean, Microsoft's a pretty big company. It's not just the startups, it's not just Gammas and Cursors. Everyone is getting radically more efficient. And what that all means, how you all do it, I don't know, but this is not about layoffs, and it's not just about agents. This is just how we're building software today. We're building it radically more efficient. And honestly, the toughest thing, the most honest thing I can tell you for 2026 is if you're going to 2026 and you still have folks on your team, and I still see this at startups, and you want them to double next year and they need to triple their team, move on from that executive. If they want to double next year and they need to increase their team 50%, sounds good to me, okay? I'm still in too many conversations where the excuses I hear from CROs, from CPOs, from CMOs is I just don't have enough headcount. Like, these are companies that are not that efficient. They're not running out of money. They're not that efficient. And why aren't you growing quicker? Well, I need another 100 people. I need another 200 people. I need another 40 product managers and another 30 people on the marketing team. Just kindly thank them, give them a package, and move on for them. It's not the world. That is the past. They're still living in the past. So my summary, and then we will break. The growth is there. Gartner says it's going to be record software spend next year, almost record total IT, record software spend, and re-acceleration. It's growing 50% faster next year, software spend. That is an epic amount of dollars to go capture. Hundreds of billions of dollars going into software. There's hundreds of billions of new revenue. Can't you get a little bit of 100 billion? You don't need all 100 billion. You just need like some millions. It's not, it really is a rounding error if you can earn it. So the dollars are there. This should have air quotes. This is the best of times, but not for all of us. It was the best of times for almost everybody in 20 and 2021. Almost everybody, it really was. You just needed a CRM, a call center, a support desk, an e-signature tool, and you were a genius. It's only for the AI beneficiaries. So guys, in 2026, be one. Thank you. We'll take a break.
welcome Maggie Hott, GTM Leadership at OpenAI, and Harry Stebbings, founder of 20VC.
Gather here to break the mold, turning visions into stories told. Algorithms hum the anthem of the brave. Data like a tide, it comes in waves. Scaling fast and scaling strong. This is where the future belongs.
My God, that's quite an entrance, isn't it?
I know,
I feel like I'm at a pop concert. You see now I'm so old before my time. So we were talking, we had dinner last night, and we were talking like, what's the most boring start to any conversation you can have in this regard? And it's like, tell me, how did you get into sales? So we're not going to start there. We're actually going to start with something really quite personal, if that's okay.
Of course.
Which is last year, when you were actually in London, you were diagnosed with cancer, and you got the call in London, and I actually wanted to start with that. I know you well enough, so I think I can. How did that experience change how you live and how you lead?
Yeah. So I'll start with, I'm cancer-free now, but a little over a year ago, oh, thank you. What an entrance. A little over a year ago, I did a preventative MRI, just for fun, and they found a suspicious tumor on my pancreas, which turned out to be very early stage pancreatic cancer. Never the thing that you think that you are going to get when you are, a mom and in your mid-30s. So it's completely changed who I am today as a person, as a mother, as a leader in quite a few different ways. It has been probably the greatest and the harshest teacher that I've ever had. The first is I approach life with a lot more compassion now. You never know what someone is going through. So I was here in London. We were doing essentially an OpenAI world tour. We had these huge conferences, our very first ones in New York, London, San Francisco. We were just going back-to-back cities. And in the middle of this, I was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And then I had to go up on stage the next day and speak to a room full of executives such as this. So you never know what someone is going through. And I've now realized that as I go through and lead. However, kind of maybe the more interesting thing here is I have no tolerance for mediocrity anymore. when you are stared in your life with something like this, which is probably one of the worst things I will ever go through, and then I was able to beat it, it created this intolerance for people who do not give everything their all. And being at OpenAI, being in just this world and this generation of AI is such a privileged place for all of us that I just don't have time or patience for people who are not going to give it up their all. It also taught me self-advocacy. So without getting into all the details, the reason that I was able to have a very successful surgery is because I advocated within the American health system. I realize you guys have a different health system out here. It's not great in America, and I had to advocate like hell for myself. The other thing that I learned is that we're all replaceable. I rushed back to work a month after surgery. Even Stanford was like, no one's ever gone back after a month, but we had a new chief customer officer at OpenAI, and I wanted him to know me. He'd already been there for a month, and I just needed to make sure he knew me. And in hindsight, it didn't matter. It actually compromised my recovery because I rushed back. And so there were so many different things that I learned, from compassion to very high expectations to advocate for yourself, and then also set up your teams for success and delegate, but you are still replaceable at the end of the day.
Speaking of replaceable, I think Jason's trying to replace me with an AI every single fucking day. I'm waiting for the day I'm turning up to a podcast. He's like, no, don't worry, quality's here, don't worry. Listen, across your career, you've done Slack, you've done Webflow, you've done OpenAI, and you've picked companies at a moment in time where it's non-obvious to the world, but it's obvious to you the trajectory, which is brilliant for your stock options. I'm thrilled for you. But,
Cool.
sorry. But the question then becomes, how do you consistently pick which companies to join at the right moment in time? And if you were advising people today on the same, what would you advise them?
Yeah, there's a few elements to this. The first is a lesson that I learned from Kevin Egan. You've actually had him on the pod before.
Kevin Hart's?
No, Kevin Egan.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Egan. He, I think you've also had Kevin Hart's, my old boss. But Kevin Egan, for those of you who don't know him, he's currently the CRO at ClickHouse. He was the CRO at Atlassian. He was the VP of sales at Slack, at Dropbox, at Salesforce. He's had a pretty incredible career. And he gave me a lesson early on when I was working with him, and that was pick the rocket ship, not the seat. Because if you get on a rocket ship, your career will go places that you could have never imagined. But if you're so fixated on picking, am I in the captain's seat, am I in the driver's seat, it just doesn't matter. And because when you take a big step back, what people want to know is they want to know what you saw, what you built, what you learned. They want to know how to drive that rocket ship. And you don't learn how to drive a rocket ship if you're sitting on the outside of that rocket ship. You learn nothing.
It's so interesting. I remember when you joined OpenAI, and I said, what title are you, Maggie? Like, this is fantastic. And you're like, well, we don't have titles. And you had great titles before. And I remember being like, well, what do I put on the podcast? And you're like, well, just like GTM.
GTM.
And it didn't faze you.
No, no. And what's funny about that is when I went to OpenAI, so many people in my network said, why would you go to this small company? Go-to-market was only 7 people, and I was going from leading an org of 50 people at Webflow as a senior director to being an individual contributor at OpenAI. And many VCs, many mentors said, don't do it. Why would you give up this great management career? But you have to believe and you have to bet in yourself. And then the other thing I look for when I'm looking at companies is 2 categories. Are they creators or are they disruptors? So if you look, for example, at Slack or ChatGPT, those are category creators. Now, maybe Webflow or my first company, Eventbrite, that was a disruptor. Clay, Varun, who spoke earlier today, is a good friend. That is a category disruptor. And so as I'm thinking about, do I want to go to a creator or to a disruptor, there's a couple different things, the elements that go into it. Creators, can they build a product that will move fast enough that people will love and people will jump onto? Because if you are a creator, you better bet, if you're a good creator, there's going to be competition, people will come after you, and incumbents like Microsoft and Google will also probably go copy you. If you are a disruptor, you better have a good enough product that is leaps and bounds ahead of everything else in the market, and then you have to move fast before the disruptors or before the incumbents go and catch up.
There's a brilliant quote from Alex Rampell at Andreessen, and he says, can the startup acquire distribution before the incumbent acquires innovation? And I think it's very prescient. Speaking of like picking companies though, one thing that's attractive for salespeople is commission. People, I don't mean it really, people say salespeople are coin operated. You don't have commission at OpenAI.
Nope.
Can you just talk to me like, should founders listening here go, we don't need commission either? Is this a special case? And how do you reflect and advise them given no commission?
Yeah, we also had no commission at Slack for the first few years as well. So I'll only talk about this in terms of building early stage companies because I do think you need commission as the company gets larger. It's a very different type of a profile that you're hiring for. What I love about no commission, I realize this won't work for everybody, but it creates a different culture. It creates a culture, let's say you have commission. Let's say every hour that you spend closing a deal or working with customers is money in your pocket. Every hour that you spend onboarding or training someone else or doing some other project is quite literally money that you are not making that you could have been making. So it's at a true cost to yourself as an individual if you are doing other things to benefit the company versus benefiting yourself. So with OpenAI, with Slack, many other, Airtable, Figma, New Relic, there's tons of companies out there that all started with this model of full salary, and it's a normal living salary like you would give to any other product manager, marketer, engineer, and decent equity for the first earlier hires. You all of a sudden are incentivizing them to do what's right for the company and not right for themselves. At OpenAI, we reorg all the time. We pivot all the time. We're always doing new things, shifting teams. And I never have to worry of, oh, if I go help this person out over there with this really important initiative that we're doing, is that actually going to be money out of my paycheck?
Totally understand that. is that only applicable to OpenAI because you're OpenAI, because you know that your stock is getting more and more valuable with every day? Or can that be applied to a startup in London where they don't have commission?
I think it's nuanced. It depends on how much money they've raised, right? If you have not raised a lot of money and you can't pay everyone, a normal competitive salary, you probably need commission on top of it. I mean, I advise a lot of founders, and there's founders that are just paying insane amounts of money with commission. And that's also not scalable. All of a sudden, you can't have, one of them, their rep made $4 million a quarter. It was like an SME
million a quarter?
rep because the commission plan was so high. That's also not scalable, and that's going to be really hard to reverse that. Whereas at OpenAI, at companies that maybe don't start with commission and maybe start with a management-based objectives plan. So MBOs is what I call them. Maybe it's, you close 10 logos, you get this amount of money. There's other ways to factor it in that aren't just pure, you get 5% of every deal you sell, and all of a sudden you're going to have a lot more of a collaborative culture. I've talked about this a lot on LinkedIn too. I believe that OpenAI and Slack and Stripe's culture, that kind of these leading pioneer lighthouse companies that all started with no commission, and they're all known for having the best and the brightest talent, and so much of that comes from the people that they hire. And so again, I think that to kind of wrap that up, the early stage mentality of the builder is maybe not quite as money motivated as someone who's going to a Salesforce or a Google or a Facebook, much later on in their career.
$4 million a quarter?
Yeah, isn't that insane?
What the fuck? That's outrageous.
I know. I'm like, I should quit my job and go work there. Kidding.
Did they
Never do that.
Did they do it for many quarters? They're retired after two.
Their most recent quarter.
That's outrageous. I'm going to tap them up for an LP.
I know.
What company is it?
I'm not going to say.
I wasn't expecting that. Okay, well, I mean, how do you stand out inside a company? Make $4 million in a quarter is the frickin' answer there. Jokes aside, you have continuously risen inside companies very quickly. If you were advising people today on how to scale quickly once inside one of these companies, what would you say is the cheat sheet hit list for how to scale fast inside a company?
Yeah. This one's pretty quick. The single most important thing that any of us can do is to be the most helpful person possible, to have no ego and to be helpful. So I always want to be that person that if a cross-functional partner needs me to help execute a strategy or needs me to be on their interview panel. Just today, I was asked, will you do the leadership chat for the SDRs that we're hiring? I don't have to do that. That's time out of my day, but I want to be the most helpful person. People remember how you made them feel. And if you inherently are helpful to them, you will make them feel good. I'll share a quick story here. This is you've probably heard this before, but my very first day at Slack was 2015. I was the first seller hired out of headquarters, and Slack had a huge hack, and we thought it was going to take the company down. What we needed, what Stuart needed, is for someone to be on the phones, on the front line, for all of the customers that were hacked. And so I raised my hand. This is literally day 4, March 23rd, 2015. And I was like, I'll do it. So we emailed all of the customers that were hacked. I won't share how many, but these were some of the largest companies in the world because that was what the hackers were going after. And I was the very first phone call of basically, Fortune 10 companies being like, WTF, we just got this email saying to call because you were hacked. And that was me. And you know what? The exec team loved me for it. And I would say I had a pretty incredible career at Slack.
You're like, my bad, sorry.
I'm so sorry, it was me. But again, it goes back to be helpful, right? Just like do things for other people. Now you also have to learn boundaries. That's something I really struggle with, is saying no. But be helpful. Always think, what can I do for others? And it will pay back in dividends.
You know how I build trust in people
How?
internally? I see them work incredibly fucking hard.
Yeah.
And people know that I talk about 996, but
Yeah.
then they meet me and they're like, oh, he's not joking.
No, you're like 7/7/15.
Yeah, absolutely. It's why I'm in therapy. And other reasons. Do you agree with me in that, or do you think you can have outperformance, excellence, crushing with balance?
What do you mean by balance?
Crushing family as well.
So I'm a mom to 2 kids. I have 2 little girls. They are the single most important thing to me in my world. We just spent a week in London together. They are so incredible. I wish I was there more for them, but I am there enough that they will always remember that I will never miss a dance recital. I will never miss, next Monday we have a 2 o'clock singing performance. And I'm gonna have to leave the office at 1 o'clock, but I'm not gonna miss it because in the grand
Do you
scheme
have
of
to
things-
sing?
No, my daughter. It's Disney pop princess
Oh, we're
songs.
all grateful
I'll
for
send
that.
you a recording. 5-year-old kindergarten class singing pop princess songs is actually going to be the cutest thing in their little uniforms. I will not miss those most important moments in life for my kids, for my family, for my friends. However, what that means is most days I will work 7 days a week, and I will work bizarre hours. And if it's Tuesday night watching TV with my husband, unfortunately that just doesn't happen. Like I leave the office by 4:30 every single day, but you better believe I'm on from 7:30 to midnight every single night. And I think that's just the world we live in, and that is the choices that I think you all probably wouldn't be here if you weren't in the same kind of hustle, SaaS, rapid growth mindset. I have learned how to prioritize my life and my work around what matters the most, and something that I'm really proud of is I don't hide this. Like my team knows, I put it on my calendar, Disney pop princess dance recital or singing lessons. And I think as a mom, as a parent, it's important that we show up so that those who are looking up to us or those that someday hope to be parents can feel okay doing that.
I have the same Disney pop princess on my calendar.
But that's you performing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
No
in
kids.
Hyde Park
None.
at Winter Wonderland on the stage?
None, yeah.
Okay.
Me in the Wicked recital is personal highlight. Other than just like sheer hard work, what else do the best sellers have that others don't have in terms of characteristics, traits?
Yeah. It's going to be different for early stage and later stage, but let's focus on early stage. I think that's what we're all here for. Let me start actually with a story, the way I'm going to answer this one. This was May 2023 at OpenAI. I was making my first hire, and my first hire was an SDR. We were in a fortunate position that we had a lot of inbounds, and we needed somebody to work the inbounds. We had no sales force set up. We had nothing. So I decided I didn't want a 23-year-old SDR. They're wonderful, but I wanted someone who had many years of career experience, who had an MBA. So I started scouting from Stanford and from Harvard. I talked to probably 50 different candidates, and every single one, other than one, said, I don't want to take a job as an SDR at OpenAI. And then there was Molly. Molly had 8 years of experience from Google, and then she went to Stanford and was top of her class in GSB, in their MBA program. And she said, you know what, is being an SDR ideal? No, but I believe in myself, and I believe I will come in and crush it and just absolutely blow out the expectations. Within a few months, Molly was leading and building out an entire global sales dev organization, and now she's one of our top sellers globally. She then wanted to go move into sales and close some of our top largest customers out there. And that's because Molly had no ego. Those 49 other people that I spoke to, they all had an ego. They said, I'm not willing to go be an SDR. And we had even rebranded it. We called it Account Associate. And they still said, I don't want to go be an SDR when I have been a manager somewhere else. I've had no less than 40 of those people reach back out to me over the years wanting to come back to OpenAI, and unfortunately there hasn't been room for most of them. So it's put your ego aside, and that's what I see the best sellers have in common, is they believe in themselves.
How quickly do you know if someone's not any good?
About a week.
About a week?
About a week.
Oh God, that's an awkward first week, isn't it?
Yeah.
What did you do at the end of the week?
Well, you start to
Thanks
get
for coming. It was a short stay. Didn't make the first cliff. Bad luck. We're all vesting millions, and you're
So you start to have the inklings. You know right away if someone's got it or not. And here's the thing with interviewing salespeople, and I hear this from all of my founders. I've made over 35 investments with 20 sales and made many personal angel investments. Every single founder says salespeople are the hardest to hire because they're so hard. Well, hey, no. I think you'd be a lot harder to manage. But I think that salespeople show up so well when they're interviewing that it's really hard to tell a good one from a bad one. You have to be a really skilled interviewer. And I actually think one of my superpowers is picking great talent.
How do you do that then? If someone is a great seller of themselves, which a lot of salespeople are, how do you unpick true quality versus facade or appearance?
Yeah. The first thing that I look for that sends off the absolute red flags is blame. So I want to hear, for example, Harry, tell me about a time that you lost an investment. Why'd you lose it?
See, the VCs are brilliant because whenever we lose an investment, we always go, we lost because of price. And that's like the most.
Sounds like some blame.
It's a total bullshit game of like,
Yeah.
we didn't really lose, someone just paid more. When did we lose an investment? We lost to Andreessen pretty recently. And it's because founders wanted Silicon Valley brand and a halo effect from Andreessen.
Is there anything you could have done differently there?
No, I literally got a tattoo of the company. No, seriously, I got a tattoo of the company here. And I thought, like, we're going to show that we love this company. What I didn't anticipate was being on TV the next day. And I was, like, advertising that I was chasing this business.
Wait, really?
No, no, literally. There's pictures of it. And we lost to Andreessen. No, but I actually quite like losing. There's this masochistic element of me, which is like, we just need to get better and better and better.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm okay that people lose. I'm actually okay if someone wasn't the top rep, if they were the second to or third or fourth. But what I want to know is why weren't they the top? Do they have humility? Are they self-reflective? Do they say, you know what, Harry, he outworked me, he outperformed me, he was better at discovery. Those are the types of things that I want to hear in the interview cycle. And more often than not, sellers tend to blame. When you dig into why did you lose a deal, they blame the competition, they blame the product, they blame something else. And what I'm actually looking for is, did they own up to that mistake and what did they learn from it? And that's a really big signal. Something that I look for and I stand by is, unfortunately, job hoppers are typically going to struggle quite a bit.
When you say job hoppers, just to get some clarification.
Yep.
Is like 2 years enough time? Is this 6 months?
So I want to know why. I dig pretty hard into the story. If you see someone that has a consistent record of every year, every 6 months, every 2 years, it's not necessarily about the time, it's the why. And what I'm really trying to understand is, were they running towards someone or towards something, or were they running from something? I was only at Webflow for 2 years, but I was running towards OpenAI. When ChatGPT hit the scene on November 30th, 2022, I was like, I'm going there. I got to go there, whatever it takes.
You weren't running away from Webflow.
I wasn't running away. I literally got promoted to senior director and quit 3 days later. It was not ideal to do that. My boss was not thrilled. Not a good look. But I was running towards it. And I've never run from something. I've always run towards something. And that's what I'm looking for. And if someone is running from something, why were they running from something? What was it? Was it because their performance was bad, the leader, the company? What was it?
So, can you tell me a story of when you lost a deal at OpenAI? And what your reflections are on it? Now I'm a good interview.
Yeah, now we're good. We're good here.
Thank you. This is where we earn the money. Thank you.
So the main reason that we lose is we lose to people who just do nothing. They're thinking too narrowly. Or, in full candor, they decide to go with a large incumbent and they just flip it on. They say this is free, this is subsidized. They don't look at the quality of the product. They are looking at the price point.
Large incumbent, because people would say that OpenAI is an incumbent.
Which is crazy to me.
Crazy after raising 200 billion, 300 billion, 400 billion.
Fair.
How could we be an incumbent? We're a small startup.
Feels like a startup inside.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Those 7 offices around the world. It's so cute.
Such a jerk.
Everyone just grinding away for every $1 million contract, and you're just like, we just signed the government.
Ministry of Justice, all on OpenAI.
Yeah, but there we go,
Yeah,
fantastic. And so, sorry, the incumbent is Microsoft, it is Google?
Google.
Okay.
Yep. Basically, and same thing with Slack, Microsoft Teams, flip on a switch. And today, I help to oversee our large enterprise business. Majority of them are on Teams. I'm no longer a Slack employee, so I'll just say this. I think Teams is a severely inferior product to Slack. I still think Slack is a world-class product. But you could argue that we did not win in the large enterprise, and Microsoft won because of their distribution power.
Yeah.
And that's going back to startups, as all of you founders in the audience are thinking about this. It's, if you are going up against an incumbent, how are you going to outrun them? I actually think Clay does a really nice job of this. Is they have a whole strategy called Claygencies. They're basically partnerships for them. I don't know if Varun talked about this today.
So what do they call Claygencies?
Claygencies, yeah. So basically different agencies that are always going out there and doing videos and TikToks Instagrams and YouTubes about how to use Clay. And they're just creating this massive network of distribution as fast as they can. They've also built the best product on the market. At OpenAI, we pretty much run go-to-market on Clay. It is infused into everything that we do. They've built an amazing product, and then they've also built an amazing team. And I'd say that's actually probably why we win the most amount of deals at OpenAI. And for all founders in the audience, I would take note of this. It's, again, going back to how you make people feel, people want to have a trusted partner that teaches them something. My goal of my team is to always understand, what did you teach the customer when you were working with them? And if you're learning, if I'm learning from you, I will automatically feel respect from you.
Totally agree with you in terms of how you make people feel. Speaking of like losing to incumbents, part of the win is how you get them over the line. And sometimes a pilot can help with that. You have quite a contrarian view of pilots. So what is that contrarian view, and how do you think founders should think about pilots today?
So I run our pilot program. I created it, and I helped to run it at OpenAI. We have a 100% win rate on pilots. And there's many different ways to think about a pilot. And I'll kind of walk you all through this. There's, piloting software, buying a small purchase and just flipping it on. And then there's what we do for our largest customers, not for everyone, is the very well thought out, baked out pilots. And there's a couple things that go into our recipes for success. And this works across the board, whatever size company you're at. First, there needs to be executive buy-in for a pilot. I hear all the time from my founders, we did 3 months on a pilot and then we lost the deal. And I say, well, who are you working with? The IT manager. And it's like, well, yeah, they didn't have authority. So you should not be doing, a pilot should be a heavy investment of time. You should not be doing a pilot unless you have that executive buy-in and sign off. In our case, we make sure that executives are sitting through a training of ChatGPT, otherwise we're not doing a pilot. They have to be involved in it. The second thing is to have a repeatable playbook. So we go to our customers, and you all should do this too, and we say, this is our playbook that we've done across hundreds, if not thousands of pilots, and we ask that you follow this playbook and you trust us. If they try to deviate, which they will, and they'll say, oh, we do pilots this way, we want to do it that way, it's pretty much a non-starter. Little tweaks here and there is okay, but we have a very well thought out formula. The third thing is we need to understand really the ROI and the results from this. So we need to work together on what are the metrics of success. That typically comes with doing pre and post pilot surveys across the board for the people who are involved in that pilot. And then finally, and I'd say this is where we really do well, is it's the team we bring. We give our customers a taste of what it is like to work with us when we're doing a pilot. Most companies out there, they just flip the switch and they say, hey, we're going to give you a 2-week free trial. Good luck, let us know how it goes. And then that company's surprised when they didn't win the business. Whereas we show up and we show them what it is like to have that partnership. And there is no frontier lab in the world that has as much experience as us deploying AI and transforming companies. We just announced that we've had 1 million businesses on our technology. There's nobody else that's at that scale.
Love that as an endpoint. Subtle flex. I'm going to do a quick fire round with you now.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a short statement, and you don't know any of these, so this should be interesting. What would you most like to change about the world of sales today?
I want more women in it. There's not enough women in sales right now, and I actually think it is getting worse over time.
Getting worse?
It's getting worse, and I genuinely don't know why, and I think that's why I feel so much passion about showing up as a mom, as a leader. If you go to my LinkedIn, you'll see half my posts are something about motherhood or parenting. I was at a dinner with a very well-known VC recently, and the dinner was 13 men and 2 women, and I don't know why this is, but the number one thing that I want to change is getting more women into sales and into AI.
Totally agree with you there. I would love to have more on the podcast as well, actually. It's something that we could do much better on. I completely agree. Okay, fantastic. What have you changed your mind on most in the last 12 months? Again, Maggie had no idea about these, so forgive the pauses. We edit these out of podcasts, and people have no idea. Edit a lot out of podcasts.
Gosh, what have I changed my mind on? That large enterprises can't move fast. So everyone thinks of large enterprises as slow, as stodgy, as hard to sell into, and they are, they absolutely are. But when a large enterprise knows that something is coming after them, when they know that there is a small startup that has the potential to eat their lunch or take a significant journey, they will all of a sudden start moving fast. And I'm seeing this in our results. I mean, we're selling to oil, gas, energy, airlines, government. You know, everyone goes, oh, government. Ministry of Justice piloted us for a couple months and then bought. Like, that's actually not that long. And in fact, we often see large enterprises can move now faster than smaller kind of digital natives, because digital natives are so busy piloting and testing everything, where a large enterprise is getting pressure from the board saying, what's your AI strategy? And the CEO says, we got to have an AI strategy.
Yeah. It's Rachel Reeves just like pushing that ChatGPT license. Yeah. Good old Rachel. Final one. What are you most excited for in the next 10 years?
So I'll bring this to AI related, but the single thing I'm the most excited for, which is a huge focus of OpenAI, is how we're going to change healthcare. I'm spending about 80% of my time focusing on healthcare, you know, kind of naturally after last year. There are fewer things, you know, honestly, there's nothing more uniting in the world than health. Every single person wants to live longer, to have their friends and family live longer. Every single person in this room probably knows someone who has had cancer or passed from some sort of an illness. In my case, my dad has Alzheimer's. Your mom has MS. And I really believe that AI can change this. And I'll actually share how and kind of how we're thinking about this. First is in the life sciences world. So right now, to get a drug or a therapy through, I think it's called EMA over here, it's FDA for us in America, it can take 5 to 10 years. And we're working, you know, with the Amgens, with some of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world. And part of the reason it takes so long is because of all of the data, all of the document authoring, all of the protocol amendments, all of this time that people have to spend spinning their wheels. And Harry, imagine if someone said to you, there is a therapy out there right now that could reverse your mom's MS, but you don't get it for 5 years. That's the reality of where we're at today in healthcare. So we are spending a lot of time. We just announced a huge partnership with Thermo Fisher where we want to redo their entire clinical trial process. And we think we can bring it down significantly. And every single day that we can get a therapy out to market faster is going to be more lives saved. And then you look at healthcare, you know, doctors, physicians, nurses, everything. When we look at the queries that come into ChatGPT, we get hundreds of millions of healthcare queries every single week. People are turning to our tools saying, I have a rash on my kid, you know, I have this, I was diagnosed with this, what do I do here? And we have been putting so much work into that to make sure that people are getting better and accurate answers and prompting, saying, you're going to the doctor, you know, here's the questions you should think about asking, which is so incredible. And actually just recently we shared that we now have in America, it's HIPAA, I'm not sure if it's the same out here, but a HIPAA regulated version of our technology, and we are already selling this to physicians, to doctors, UCSF, it's a top leading hospital in America. Every single person there has access to the technology. So you think about doctors who are often burnt out, they're tired, they don't have time to keep up with the latest inventions in medicine or the latest practices. All of a sudden, they essentially have a co-pilot now to turn to. And I think that is the biggest thing that we will do to change the future of the world.
I just want to say, you know, Maggie is one of the hardest working, I'm fortunate to interview, you know, some of the best CROs in the world, one of the most talented, most hardest working sales leaders in the business. I so appreciate the friendship. I so appreciate you. Thank you so much for doing this with me, and you've been fantastic.
Thank you. Thanks, Harry.
welcome Jason Lemkin, CEO and founder of SaaStr, Harry Stebbings, founder of 20VC and host of the 20VC podcast, and Rory Driscoll, partner at Scale Venture Partners.
Where's Rory? There's technical difficulties?
I can see you, Harry.
Oh, Rory!
Oh, I sound like the voice of God
Oh,
Amazing.
yes!
here. Oh my God, that's very Big Brotherish.
Oh,
I love it.
This is amazing. So guys, I've done 20VC for like 10, 11 years, yeah? And I love it. I love it so much. But then we started doing these shows with Jason and Rory. And not only did I realize, actually, this is like my passion, but I realized that no one actually ever liked me in the first place. They just freaking love Rory, and they learn SaaS from Jason.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is going to be a live pod, which makes me inherently nervous and excited at the same time. For those that don't know, this is the show every week where we discuss the biggest news in SaaS, in tech, with no politics. And so we're going to start with Thrive partnering with OpenAI. It was an interesting announcement. It's a new one. How did we think about this partnership? Over to you guys.
Boy, I'm going to have to defer to Rory because I've been here for a day and a half because I did not understand this deal. I usually have a lot. I did not understand it. Is Scale getting in on this?
I'd love to, but the quick answer would be we'll definitely talk about it, but it doesn't matter. Because actually, by the way, I'm getting a bizarre feedback lag, but we'll figure it out. I think the interesting thing, Harry, is that that's not the OpenAI story anymore. That's the OpenAI story from a day ago, and the OpenAI story today is almost the exact opposite. It's the code red, focus on the core. It's almost like a statement that says, all the other things we've been doing, we ain't doing them now. We're just going to be fixing our core product. We're even pushing on ads. I loved your last speaker, by the way, but they're even pushing on agents for healthcare, pushing that stuff back and really going all in on no distractions. So while I think this is an interesting announcement, and we'll definitely talk about it in a second, the zoom out comment is 24 hours later, that's not the zeitgeist at OpenAI anymore. The zeitgeist is, Google did a code red 3 years ago on them, and now they're doing a code red back.
You know what it is? It is interesting to talk about Code Red, but just for founders that will watch later or hear or others, the one thing that is kind of interesting to it is it's a reminder, and this can be a little soul crushing as a founder, there's like only a couple deals that matter to VCs. So when you'll see a VC stay on a board for 20 years, and you'll see them always hanging out with this one CEO, and Thrive has a lot of winners, right? But this is a big winner, right? And so anything you can do to go deeper with those founders on your one or two winners, it's power law on steroids. It's power law with what you do with your week. It's power law with your deal flow. It's power law where you get, it's just, so I don't totally get who's giving each other how much equity, but I think it's a part about going as deep with your winner as humanly possible.
This is OpenAI investing in Thrive Holdings.
Yeah. But it's the same people. Right? It's still going deep on your winners. I'm turning my VC fund into a holding company. I'm putting $1 billion or $2 billion over there, right? And then I'm going even deeper with the #1 company that I've ever invested in.
And I think if we're going to go on to the specifics of it, first of all, I think it's a great deal for Thrive because Jason's right. The whole trick in venture is we try and pretend we matter, but in our hearts we know our best companies matter. And the best marketing you can do is get as close as possible to your biggest deals. And Thrive, to give them huge credit, put a bunch of money in to OpenAI in that, I think it was a $70 billion round, and were there for Sam in the great fiasco of 2 years ago. So my guess is he's pretty darn loyal. And this is a chance for them to get a halo effect on this initiative, and we'll talk about the specifics of the initiative in a second, but it's a huge halo effect, because as your last speaker said, you go in with the OpenAI moniker, and you get some real attention. So it's awesome for Thrive. I agree, the advantage to OpenAI is much less clear. I'm not sure they're putting in money. In one of the press releases, they said they're going to get a lot of specific data from some of these verticals that Thrive is pushing into, but my guess is I know who was ecstatic when that was announced and who was like, yeah, whatever. That's pretty clear.
You know what's funny? We talked, I think just last week, I mean, so much changed about how OpenAI went into war mode, right? Yeah. And what does that really mean? Like, maybe there's 3 people that really, we should have asked Maggie. Was she in war mode? But code red, everyone gets. Code red, you just can't stay in code red forever because you die. But I actually think I'm not quite sure from the information like how wide that was distributed and how deep that message is, but you can't call a code red more than once every couple of years. But I inadvertently created a code red this year. So we've talked, I don't know, if you guys ever watched the pod, you might know Harry and I talked about Lovable or Replit once or twice, okay? You might have heard it. And I do love both these apps. I'm deep on Replit. You know, our SaaStr AI VC apps have been used like 800,000 times in 120 days, 90 days. But the first app I did on Replit did fail. It failed spectacularly. It went viral in social media. It went on the friggin' Reddit. Never go on Reddit was my learning. You get death threats.
Oh, I remember this. You got
terrible.
Roasted.
Yeah, I got like 3 million views on one tweet, which is for Harry it's no big deal. For Mark Andreessen, for Elon Musk, it's every tweet. But I got 3 million views of this thing, and the Barbs came out, and to their credit, there were issues back. This was a long time ago in Replit time. All those issues Replit and Lovable have solved. I can tell you what they are. But Amjad called the code red. Everyone had to work from Friday until Monday. And they pulled forward about 3 months of security and other enhancements that went live on Monday. I felt so guilty and bad. I mean, I didn't feel guilty and bad before, but it worked. Like, this is an incredible, but all these companies are incredibly ambitious, right? All of them, the Vercels, Replits. But it worked, but you can't do it every day, right? I mean, so anyhow, I just thought it's going from, in 1 week, you go from war mode to code red. That's a big deal.
With the amount that Jason talks about Replit, yeah. I'm like shocked you have not been given equity at this point.
Well, you know, you always take it.
I would have negotiated something. At least I'm in Lovable. I mean, I get paid for this.
You always take it.
Okay, we said about the importance of our winners, and Rory, you humbly said there, it's all about our kind of star founders. Databricks is one of the stars of the last generation, or this generation. They're rumored to be raising $5 billion at a $134 billion valuation. It's 32x 2025 sales, which are 4.1 billion. They're at 55% year-on-year growth. Is this actually cheap? How did we analyze this one?
Well, I wouldn't call it cheap, but reasonably, I mean, look, possibly reasonably priced. I mean, you start, because it's very convenient right now, because the direct competitor, Snowflake, is public, at exactly, roughly the same revenue, around 4 billion, growing at 28%, valued at 80 billion, so 20 times the revenues, right? And so it poses very nicely the big picture venture question. How much extra in multiple do you pay for how much extra in growth? And right here is the worked example. It's like you can buy a profitable company doing 4 billion with 28% growth at 20 times, or you can buy an unprofitable but faster accelerating company at 32, 33 times. And is that extra 25% of growth? Because I think Databricks is growing allegedly at 55%, not 30%, not 25%. So you're getting 25% to 30% of extra growth. And the question is that worth it? Because first of all, do you agree that's fundamentally the question you're asking? How much extra revenue multiple do you pay for how much extra growth? Would you agree, Harry?
I agree with that.
And I think what, very quickly, because you do the math, there's a bunch of ways to do it. What you say to yourself is, if that extra growth lasts for any length of time, extra growth's worth a shit ton, to use a technical term. Because that compounding keeps going. So if that growth persists for like 3 or 4 years, then maybe that extra premium is worth every dollar and then some, right? And yeah, the fun thing is, then the next question you get is kind of, then you start saying, how much extra for how much extra growth? And you kind of look at the public markets to figure it out. And then you discover something really funny. And Jason's talked about this. There is literally only one public company growing more than 30%. So you literally don't have a data, and that's Palantir. And for the record, that's growing at 50%, wildly profitable, and valued at 80 times sales. So you just don't have a data set publicly to assess this.
Yeah, I think I think the simple answer is it would be the second best public company if it were public today, so it seems about right. I mean, it's a fun question. The crazy thing is it continues to modestly accelerate.
Yes.
It's just something that we just haven't seen before, and you know, from 50 to 55. I've been here for a day and a half, so I don't know the exact numbers, but it's something we all have to adjust to, that you can continue to accelerate at this scale. It justifies all the craziness we see in venture, at least for now, because the headroom is still there.
I totally agree, Jason, and I'd forgotten that. The re-acceleration changes everything, because I was going to say, when you develop that model of how much extra is 55 worth versus 25, you kind of make some assumption of gradual de-acceleration and gradual conversions, because that's the only rational thing to do, and then you can come up with a number. It's a high revenue multiple, still a number. You're right, Jason. When stuff starts re-accelerating at scale, then it's almost hard to figure out the model. By definition, if it continues to re-accelerate, just for the record, it's infinitely valuable, because that's just what the math says, right? So it's probably not going to be infinitely valuable, but it just points out the power of re-acceleration at scale. If you could even stipulate, you know, going from 50 to 55 to 60 at scale, oh my God, there's huge value. And it's the same dynamic. It's why it's hard to value, you know, the big foundation models. It's when Anthropic went through that bout of re-acceleration this year at scale, everyone realized the model was wrong, and they just have to raise their estimates and raise the value, and that's why you saw that step function increase in valuation. Because you said re-acceleration is really hard. We see it, maybe 1 in 3 companies does it for a single year, only 1 in 10 does it for 2 years. And I've never, well not never, but very rarely seen re-acceleration when you're already at 50%, for God's sake. No, you're exactly right, Jason. That's the killer fact here that makes it hard. So you end up saying to yourself, some versions, what you said earlier, some version of how big is the TAM, because in the end, the only thing that stops something that's re-acceleration at scale is when you hit the wall of, well, you've sold to everyone. It's the Zoom thing.
Yeah, it also reminds you that seeds for suckers. Just keep putting your money into Databricks.
When you actually look at the certainty that you have that Databricks has a 3 to 5x from here, you're absolutely right. When you think about opportunity cost of, I can put my money here or here, risk adjusted and time adjusted, you could make a very coherent case that it is a better deal to put your money into a Databricks, or like a Kleiner Perkins did with an Anthropic at 180 billion, than it is put your money into a much less certain Series B with a 7 to 10 year duration from there.
Yeah, or just a seed pre-seed deal at 60 post on a safe. It's just hard. It's hard. The Databricks seems like a better deal.
60 post. Yeah, it's quite cheap for.
Quite cheap.
Honestly, it's getting worse. Snowflake's up year to date 60%, and we're seeing the re-acceleration of Databricks. Do they just both grow into absolute monsters? Can they peacefully coexist? Do you think one takes majority market share? I had Ron Gabrisco, their CRO, on our 20 Sales podcast, and he was like, Databricks' technology is 5 years ahead, which I thought was a really interesting statement. Do you think they peacefully coexist? Does one take monopoly? How does that look?
I think Ron was correct. They came from slightly different places at slightly different times. Snowflake originally was very much your SQL data warehouse in the cloud. It was a few years earlier than Databricks, which was originally, I think, the Kafka product, and all about moving data and more AI use cases even out of the gate. So he is correct in that. No one's going to coexist peacefully. They probably hate each other. In fact, and we know they hate each other because they time their sales events to overlap with each other. I would say differently. They're not going to, quote unquote, peacefully coexist. They're going to struggle and fight against each other for the next 10 years, just like SAP and Oracle fought against each other for the last 20. They're going to, want each other's lunch, eat each other's lunch, and it's going to be a grind. I don't think any of them folds from here. It's hard to imagine, the core value of relational database isn't going away for transactions. So kind of the Snowflake asset is money good? And then separately, I think Ron is correct. Databricks has more of an advantage in, brand new AI-centric data manipulation, data movement applications. So both are in good adjacent overlapping markets. They want a bit of each other's market. They're just going to slug it out. It probably means at some point that some of those margins get dinged a little bit. But you've seen it before. You've seen it, as I say, with Oracle, Sybase, and Informex. You've seen it with Workday, SAP, and Oracle. This is just Jason knows most enterprise software markets tend to be oligopolies, and they tend to punch each other for 10 years.
Look, I don't know, I'm not really an expert. In our little corner of the world that is scale-ups and startups vis-a-vis Snowflake, the one thing I do know is we're just starting to learn what we can do with our data with agents. We're just starting to learn, and even Snowflake is still learning, right? It's new to Snowflake. I mean, when we had the CEO of Snowflake at SaaStr Annual in May, just starting to talk about how they were going to use agents, right? And now, fast forward to today, it's a couple months later, all the Vibe platforms now can directly access Snowflake data. Yeah. Directly access. So instead of having to, literally, we could fire up our Cursor, Lovable, Replit, and just build an app right now while we're here and access our Salesforce data. What will that mean to access that data? What will that mean for how we think about CRM, how we think about where we host and how we access? I'm just not smart enough to even predict what that means in a year, because that wasn't even possible a couple weeks ago. A layperson couldn't just fire up a vibe coding app and access their entire data. Now, can you access every bit of data in Snowflake or Databricks in a Fortune 500 company? I assume the answer is no. I assume a lot of that data is, but that is an epic change that I can't even predict the slope of the curve next year, right? And so what happens, I know we overuse this word agentic, but what happens when I can use easy-to-use agents where I don't need a lot of engineers to access all of my data any way I want, to build any report, any analytics, any workflow from that? I think we're 1% on this journey. We're 1% on this journey. So we think about this as some sort of binary market of competitors, but I don't mean to ramble, but the amount that will empower our data with agents, we're just learning.
If I were to push you, honestly,
yeah,
and ask the question of, will we see our CRMs, your Salesforces, your HubSpots, will they become databases which agents sit on top of and feed off?
Yeah.
Or will these platforms move with the agentic world, build their own, and not become sheer databases alone? If I push you,
yeah,
which one is the likely outcome?
I think the fact that Mark Benioff has put 2,000 people on Agentforce tells you the future right there. He's already got 2,000 people on it.
Well, it tells you his intentions. It doesn't tell you his ability.
Yeah. Listen, I think it's harder and harder to predict the future. I think that even though Gamma went from 0 to 100 million in a blink of an eye, and Cursor went to 1 billion, we are still early. We've talked about it here. We are still early in a lot of enterprises. And I think if Salesforce in particular, they've got 2 years to unlock all this capability, I think, with the rate of change. It's just, Mark has to do what he has, because 2 years is not a lot of time at Salesforce. Mm-hmm. Traditionally, that's like a major release, right? Snowflake turned out to have time. We might have thought Snowflake was struggling at the start of the year, right? We don't think Snowflake's struggling. So there is more time in the older enterprises, and where that breaks for those that have massive amounts of data, I am not smart enough to predict. I would not bet against anyone that is managing a huge amount of structured and unstructured data. I wouldn't bet against anyone.
Yeah, I think to come in on that and be a little boring, I think what will probably happen is if you want to build agents that are just using your CRM data and your Salesforce shop, just like a Microsoft was able to bundle Microsoft products, you'll probably take the agent from Salesforce and get a combined thing. But I think, and to Jason's point, I think enterprises want to build more powerful agents. We're not just drawing the data from one app, i.e. Salesforce, but drawing the data from maybe 5 or 6 different sources. The more likely architecture for that is some version of stuff it all in Snowflake and then run an agent directly against that. And I think, as you were talking, Jason, earlier about what you're seeing with Snowflake, I remember one of the things we did 5 or 6 years ago that was turned out in retrospect very smart, is just literally opt to stuff all the data in Snowflake across all the systems. So over time, you have access to that. So if I'm a large enterprise and I want to use my internal, let's say I'm a bank, I want to use my deposit system plus my Salesforce system plus something else. At a certain size, it won't work easily in just a Salesforce, so you'll want to go, just like every large enterprise since the dawn of time, some apps you'll want to build yourself, and if agents become strategically important enough for super big companies, then they'll throw, $5 million and a bunch of Snowflake at it and Databricks and just build it themselves. So there's no doubt that Agentforce can get a fair slug of the market, but I'm also sure that at the high end, there'll be a bunch of wonderfully bespoke projects that will make systems integrators rich for the next decade.
Another thing that and listen, I'm back in learning mode. I do think that everything we're doing right now in AI is very exciting, but I've been thinking a lot about how Gainsight's been locked out of Salesforce 2 weeks. I've been thinking a lot about how OpenAI just kicked Mixpanel this week permanently off OpenAI for security breach. And I really think that with agents running everywhere with our data, the folks that can securely manage those data and the folks that have secure agents or seemingly secure agents, they may win. We're willing to bend some rules in the age of AI. We're willing to bend some rules to move quickly. I think security is going to benefit the incumbents. I think we're going to be worried that our agents are depositing our data in 100 different places and are going to be worried. And it's crazy. I mean, I love Nick and the Gainsight team, but essentially their app has been down for 2 weeks with no known resolution time. No, and we could even, I don't know all it is. I don't even know if it's really their fault that OAuth tokens were leaked, but Salesforce has kicked them off the platform. They kicked Drift off 5 months ago. Drift will never come back. It is dead. It is completely dead. And so I think about those, and I think about where all these agents are taking our data. I might want my agents from Salesforce and Snowflake and Databricks. And when things change, we get very excited about new vendors, right? Because the incumbents can't do it. We get very excited, and inherently we take a little bit of risk, and we try and contain that risk in a pilot or in a less critical source of data, right? We always try to measure the risk at the beginning. But I wonder, this is our sensitive data flowing, and it may not matter for your average startup, but I generally am worried we're underestimating security and data residency in general. I just worry. Right? I just couldn't imagine, I don't mean to harp on it, especially because a lot of people watch our podcast, and I feel bad, but I just couldn't imagine going through this at Gainsight. Like literally being locked off for 2 weeks. It's just fucking existential.
Do you think the world is more, and big companies are more unforgiving now? Because, over the last 10 or 15 years, a lot of companies have had breaches. Do you think this was more serious?
It is more serious.
Yeah.
They are literally, so Drift had the security breach. 700 folks' data were downloaded, and now a pirate group is asking for millions of dollars for each instance. Okay, and then this happens again, right? With Gainsight, I can't speak for Salesforce or the team. I mean, 45 billion, but I would be more conservative with who I let touch my data. We could say it's an OAuth issue or whatever, but man, I don't want this ever happening again. One time we can blame Drift because it got acquired by another PE firm that got acquired by another PE firm.
Yep.
But 2 times I might start locking down my platform. The 3rd time I might say, I'm just going to own all the agents. I'm done with these risks, right? I don't know, but it's getting worse. When people want to steal your data and sell and ransom you for $1 million across 700 orgs, including Cloudflare, and how big's the SecOps team on most startups you work with? 50? Oh, thank you very much. 100? How big's the latest deal you did? How big's the security team?
And the funny thing is, Jason, both the examples you cited are mature first and second generation SaaS companies, not brand new AI first companies. So what you're saying is new companies might get tagged with the consequence of a more restrictive security policy, even though you could argue it was older companies that, I think in both cases, were PE managed that actually caused the problem, which is life is unfair, but there you go.
Yeah, we'll see. We thought in AI, I don't know, probably just before we started doing this, it kind of felt like the enterprise was going to win, that ServiceNow and everybody was going to win, and then it doesn't feel like that at all. Then we saw the numbers take off, and basically very few incumbents grew this year materially, right? But this could be a piece of the revenge of the enterprise.
True.
We spoke
Are
about...
you cynically suggesting that that large enterprise software company could say, I'm using security as an excuse to cut you all off, but lo and behold, I have my own agent product right here, which you can now safely buy, Mr. Customer?
I think it's a good excuse. I think if you don't want Glean slurping all your data, right? Which if I'm Glean, I get it. If I don't want all of it going out of Slack or whatever, I mean, many incumbents, I think it's the best excuse there is, because it's the existential risk is just too much to the vendor. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it, and I get it. I don't know how many board meetings you guys have been in where the first half of this presentation was how we're going to be more secure in the age of AI, but for me, it's been close to zero. It's been close to zero in the above the fold part of the conversation.
So we spoke about Databricks' growth. I do just want to take the flip side of that, which is a less positive or optimistic side. PagerDuty, 2x, $1 billion valuation at 500 million ARR, 4% growth. We just thought, literally, it's not on the schedule. So this is where Rory gets nuts at me, because I just add shit without asking him and then expect him on a whim to come up with something. And normally we can edit out pauses, but now he's going to be extra pissed with me. Welcome to my life. Eventbrite.
Yeah.
You told me, I literally, because obviously just arrived, they've been acquired for like 500 million?
Yeah, that's the premium, right? Yeah, so that's 1.5 times revenue.
1.5 times revenue.
With a 50% premium.
With a 50% premium.
Wow.
So new news in today, and we can take the PagerDuty because it's so fresh having that Eventbrite news that it is hard to bluntly ask for such immediate thoughts. But how do we think about this, bluntly, very harsh new reality given the lack of growth and the subsequent pricing from it?
And I'll surprise you, Harry, I'll cover both despite the complete lack of notice. I think there's two separate things, and one perhaps is a positive, right? One is kind of a fact about being public. When you're public and your stock is floating around nowhere at a low valuation, you're just very vulnerable to this. Someone comes into view, you're not growing quickly, they offer you a 50% premium, and you get called in, but your board gets called in, the lawyer gives you the speech about fiduciary duties, and if you can't come up with a convincing reason why you can build better value than that premium, you're very forced to take it. It's not 100%, but it's a tough place to be, right? So I can imagine the conversation at Eventbrite. I can imagine the conversation 2 weeks ago at SEMrush, and I'm sure PagerDuty are thinking about the same thing, right? But now there's two things to say, though, at a wider level. The first is let's start with the positive. Someone else, very smart money, thinks these things are worth buying. And I think they're looking at it and saying, you, Mr. Seller, haven't created value here, haven't found growth, and I think we can. And if you look at the three companies we're talking about, because let's lump in SEMrush, because they were acquired 2 weeks ago by Adobe. And Jason and I disagreed, but we definitely felt someone like Adobe could do something with that asset. I'm not sure what the direction Eventbrite could take, but I think, and you said it in your notes, Harry, PagerDuty has an obvious set of next products, including AI agentic products around downtime resolution that feel obvious to me. And frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if an aggressive PE firm said, oh my gosh, I can buy this thing, I can then buy some small little hot AI startup, put them together and get this thing back to 20% growth, valued at 10 times and look like a hero. So the positive would be other people's smart, savvy money look at these assets and say, 2 times revenue is stupidly cheap. I'll have that.
I hope so. I hope there's more deals. I just, maybe there's some, and I'm not thinking, we see General Catalyst and others doing this, let's add AI to services businesses. We see a lot of talk of this, but right now we're not seeing a lot of these mashed together legacy company at hundreds of millions in B2B and hot AI startups and magically flipping it into a 20x, 15x ARR company. I'm not saying it's not coming, but we haven't seen PagerDuty.com and PagerDuty.ai magically mashed together into a winner yet, have we?
No, you haven't. And you're right, Jason, but the funny thing is, I mean, yeah, I like PagerDuty. We looked at the deal 10 years ago. My then new partner wrote a term sheet. We should have let him pay a little more because he was right. We love that market. And I remember the investment memo from 10 years ago, and it said clearly, summary, this is a great market. It's going to tap out, and you have to add a whole series of add-on products around managing the process of downtime or security breaches, managing the process of getting something back up, and we didn't have it at the time, but now obviously adding AI-enabled operational resolution, right? And the direction was clear and is clear. So you're right, Jason, they haven't done it, but I think that that's just a disappointing outcome, let's just say, right? I think that the direction of travel should have been clear, and if you'd kind of been able to add it, I think, you know, we talk a lot about how distribution is a huge advantage in software. I mean, literally, every ops team on the planet uses PagerDuty. And, you know, for God's sakes, it's pretty obvious what to add here, people. Get it done.
Rory,
Yeah,
as your views, and Jason too, have your views on market size changed as an investor? Given what you just said, every ops team on the planet uses PagerDuty, and it's $1 billion valuation. 10% holding, be $100 million back. It's just a very sobering reality. Has your view on market size changed when investing today, given where else you can put your money and the sizes of those markets that we're seeing with your Lovables and your Rapplers?
I'm worried, defenders. I'd say I'm more worried. We've talked about this before, so I don't mean to be too redundant, but now I see more and more folks who I thought would grow out of a small TAM, not grow out enough. I see it as the years have gone on. I've seen more. I thought more. When I started as a B2B founder quite a while ago, everyone seemed to grow out of small TAMs for the most part. Some better than others, but it felt like we had time, and it felt like you had 4 or 5 years to figure it out at each stage, and you could see it coming. Now it feels like, now that the average public SaaS company is growing like 16%, it feels like no one figured this out. Like we've never grown more slowly, right? We literally just in my presentation before, we looked at this chart, no one's ever grown this slowly. So if the public guys can't figure this out, I mean, I know the next generation, the kids should do better than the adults, but I'm worried that the majority of the public SaaS companies didn't figure this out. The majority of the public SaaS companies, I think, are in a TAM trap,
Well,
and they've had a while.
It's a good title for the podcast.
The TAM trap?
The TAM trap.
The TAM trap.
First of all, I
Even
love
folks
that.
we love. Why, how did the Aaron Levys and the Drew Houstons and the others not figure out, and I love them, right? I love Aaron. How did we not all figure out the TAM trap? What hope is there for the rest of us?
I can give you a clear answer on that. First of all, I think it's a great kind of division of the discussion into the TAM trap for the existings, and then what does it mean for the new AI companies, and then maybe third, what does it mean for venture? But let's start on the first one, the SaaS TAM trap. You keep saying, Jason, how did they not figure it out? Let me just offer a different perspective. Maybe there's no answer. In other words, there's so many SaaS companies. It's not that everyone was idiots and couldn't find the market. I don't believe that at all. I believe that we made so many companies that we saturated the markets. And by the time you got to the point where you needed to expand beyond your market, in many cases, there were other venture-backed SaaS companies in the adjacent market. So you just kind of ran out of room. Right? And in fact, you know, I did a blog post on this in 2019 called Hunger Games in SaaS. And so that's my opinion on that. So like many of these markets, it's not that some of the CEOs you cite are idiots, it's that you have high penetration of the markets. There's not a whole, I mean, you know, take the quintessential one you and I talk about all the time, Jason, Zoom. Everyone who needed a Zoom account has one. And everyone who has a Zoom account has a team account, the poor bastards. And they're done. Right, there's nothing more to sell. You got to build a new thing. And the initial quote unquote obvious new thing for Zoom pre-AI was that whole contact center business, and they couldn't get that acquisition done, and there was already incumbents in the space. So I think pre-AI you ran out of TAM, right? So Harry, to your question, when you're investing there, I think you have to be wary. I mean, as we've said many times, overpayment only works when the TAM is huge. In finite TAMs, you got to bid more tightly, right? And I think it's so funny, I'm going to anecdote about PagerDuty. When they went public and we did our internal autopsy, because you do, right? I looked at the model we'd underwritten 5-6 years ago, and we were accurate within 3% on the model prediction of revenues, and all that happened was the market was just willing to pay more for the asset, and now it's not, right? So I think on the existing space, it's the TAM constraint, and I think you just have to be careful on price. Now, the question on the new markets, which I think is believable and credible, is there AI, we've discussed it a million times, does the AI labor expansion save us all and allow us to reach higher on price and still get these huge TAMs? Or are we going to be in the same place 8 years from now? That's the actually multi-trillion-dollar question, as it turns out.
Well, I think there's two. One is, can AI allow us to tap more into labor budget, right? I think the second one, and I was trying to summarize this earlier today, is can AI provide so much value that you can charge an order of magnitude more than you could charge before? Gamma charging $100 a month instead of, I only pay $8 for Canva, right? Or Cursor charging $500 a month when I pay $3 for Jira. And so you wonder, can we do that? And we don't talk about Zoom much. When I think about Zoom, I can't think of like a better technical founder running a leader than Zoom. I can't figure out someone I respect more on every level, as a human, as an engineer, as a leader, than Eric. Why in 4 years? There's a mean question, and I don't deserve to even ask it because he's so good. But why didn't they capture more TAM? Why didn't they find a way to add 4 billion of note takers when there's a trillion note takers? Why didn't they? And I don't know the answer. It's not because you don't have one of the smartest people in the industry thinking about this for a decade, right? But Zoom doesn't have a true, yes, they tried to do contact center and buy Five9 and all that, but there was no great second act yet. There's no great second act, and I do, going back to here, I worry. Well, I worry, and this is why I tell founders to take their exits.
Always be building.
Take them, and then say no, because they can go bigger, but by default, take it.
So many things in that to unpack. One is the multi-product thing. I think one of the big takeaways we've had is the need to be thinking about that second product much earlier than you would have thought. You don't want to wait till you hit, what's the word, TAM, what was the word expression, James? I love that, TAM.
It was good, but I'm forgetting, what did we call it?
Well, the TAM trap?
The TAM trap.
TAM trap.
The TAM
Don't
trap.
wait till you hit the TAM trap. We were thinking, actually we were comparing two of our portfolio companies.
The book.
And it's invidious to name them, but we would say one of them has compounded really well because it's continually added a new product that for the first year or two is a couple of $1 million, but layered it in and now many hundreds of millions. So I think watching that TAM trap is key. But the other thing you said, and it was in the speaker notes too, is on the AI pricing, if you're pricing versus labor or value created, you're getting enormously great prices because you're saving a lot of labor, right? And that's the point you were making, Jason. And I think you said in the speaker notes, what happens when there's 2 or 3 of these companies and the competition goes from, hey, I'm saving you, $1,000 of labor a month to, yeah, I'm saving $1,000 of labor, but there's 3 providers of the same software, AI software, and they're all willing to do it for $100. So your ability to get 500 gets eroded. And do you start seeing that happen in AI very quickly? Is a super question. It hasn't yet, I think.
Speaking of the pricing challenges that we have here, we have Workday coming out saying seat reductions are an existential threat. We had Jeff Lawson from Twilio on the show with the 3 of us, and he said that we are unwaveringly going to see the movement away from seats, and that is going to happen. Can companies still price by seat in the age of AI? Our Workday inherently is threatened and right to be concerned by this existential threat.
When Jeff, if folks haven't watched it, it's worth rewatching. He was so good, right? And he made that comment that Twilio, especially if he were still CEO, would be somewhat insulated to that because it's based on usage, right? And in fact, Twilio has seen a little bit of a resurgence. Like it has seen some reacceleration. And he said he was very worried about seats. But he said I hadn't been in the game in a little while, and I've been doing AI and working in my shop. So I didn't fully, but it has resonated in my mind since, which is he is right. And everyone is shrinking headcount in tech, at least, even if they're not shrinking headcount, ARR per employee is going to keep going up. I crunched all the data before this morning. Everyone is going up. HubSpot 2.8 times more efficient than 2021. Salesforce 2 times. Microsoft has said they're already past peak employee, permanently past peak employee. We're all going to figure out how to get more ARR per employee, and you either have to run even, but you're going to, and if you're a leader, you're just going to run out of seats, right? Mark was kind of aware of this when he did the pod too. So I don't have the answers. I mean, in the early days, it probably doesn't matter, right? I mean, your model is your model, and seats work well in some places, but it is existential. We are just going to get more and more efficient, more and more efficient. And one of my biggest worries for investments is when startups aren't getting more efficient. I'm not talking about profitability. That's an investment. I'm talking about where their teams get more bloated as they scale. I kind of am out. When I go to a board meeting and a CMO says, well, I could do that, but I need 50 people. Or a product guy says, the reason we're late is I need another 80 people on the product and engineering team. I think it's time to part ways.
Jason's like,
I think it's, I give them a nice package and a good recommendation. And I'm not saying,
can we get AI to replace you?
I want to see you grow 100% next year with 50% headcount growth.
Yeah.
I think that's healthy today. The way through 2020, early 2023 is I need a 200% headcount to grow 100%, and there's still a lot of that DNA in the ecosystem. It's still ricocheting around, probably in the majority of executives people will talk to. It's still ricocheting around. So I think all these things I don't think the seed is dead, but as time goes by, I get more and more worried that it feels like Japan. Like our population is organically shrinking. SaaS has become like Japan. Like it's a great economy, but if everyone only has 0.9 kids, like, I mean, there's only so many seats to go around.
So Harry, first of all, my camera is right in front of your smiling face, so I literally have not seen you. So I'm going to slide oh, there he is. Is it still okay on your side? Because I just miss seeing you, Harry.
You miss seeing me?
Yeah, no, that's the
Oh,
first time
sweet.
How does Rory moving his computer change how he sees you? Am I missing something in AI video technology? Doesn't the camera have to move?
Oh, don't be a smart-ass, Jason.
I'm not being a smart-ass. Harry's with me. I don't understand.
I was expecting him to something to change, and it's like Rory's moving.
No, I'm moving back there. Gotcha.
Okay, we'll let it go.
I'm assuming it's working, and we're continuing.
Yeah.
I thought there was, as usual, there's a ton to Jason and what you said. I want to come back to the last comment first, almost. Your comment on 2 to 1, and you're exactly right. As I think about it, I hadn't thought it until you said it, but in 2021, every discussion was some version of, look, to get that extra 10 points of growth, we're going to be twice as inefficient at the margin as we were overall, and the result of that is overall efficiency is deteriorated. What you're saying now is at the margin, we're trying to be twice as efficient, not inefficient at the margin. So you're exactly right. Everyone's efficiency is creeping up. And I think that's obviously independently, that's totally correct. And super insightful when you said it. It's why, by the way, it might explain why, even though the growth rates of the public companies have gone down significantly, the valuations and the revenue multiples have not gone down as much. And I think it's because in return for slower growth SaaS companies, they are at least getting wildly more efficient SaaS companies. And it's not one for one, as we've discussed, but at least it's better than nothing, right? But then going back to the existential threat from Workday, I'm going to leave out population decline as a near-in factor. But a genuine comment is I think software prices on value delivered, right? And when you couldn't measure value, all you had was per seat pricing, and therefore that's what people went with. Everyone has to access the software, everyone pays so much. Right? Then you had usage pricing, starting with AWS, which was inherently a more rational for buyer and seller way to allocate value. It tracks value more closely. And I think the trend in everything is just to get more efficient. I think that's how capitalism works. So to the point of, if you're using AI to deliver value, it's going to be, and if the AI is doing the work, it's going to be super hard to have a per seat model because it's irrelevant. Now, I don't think for a lot of Workday, it will be as irrelevant as for some. There are other areas, like, for example, some areas of Salesforce, you can imagine to the extent you entirely automate an SDR team, it's going to be hard to have a per-seat SDR model. To the
That's for
extent
sure.
yeah. So I think my guess is Workday will still be able to have some kind of X dollars per month for end employees served, and then Y dollars per month for HR staff actually using the software. But there probably will be less HR staff using the software, to your point, Jason, because if half the make work that HR was doing is now done by AI, you're not going to get the same price. Now, maybe you have to, so therefore, maybe you have to charge on the value delivered versus simply the seats, and that's a more complex calculation. And I think that is true, is that all our companies are wrestling with this. You deliver a ton of value in AI, and maybe now you get the innovation budget and no one cares. But a year, 2 years from now, you're going to have to link as a startup your pricing to the value delivered, and you're going to have to measure. And it's a lot harder to measure value than seats. You can count butts and seats pretty easily. Every login is a butt. When you're trying to measure value delivered, that's tricky.
Can we just go back to the growth and efficiency element? Because I'm feeling really sorry for I always think when you're creating content, you have to think of your customer. And the customer that I always have in my head is the founder on their way to work or the operator on their way to work listening to our podcast or watching it. And they're hearing, I want growth, growth, growth. And now they're hearing, I also want efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. And 2 million per employee for Gamma and lovable at whatever it is. Do we just need both now? And it is a higher expectation to meet the bar for VCs? Or when you are looking at those two, I want growth above everything, and I'm fine to see less efficiency in the early days?
Listen, I think you guys would know even better than me. I think in the fastest growing companies that I've invested in, no one gives a rat's ass about the bottom line. That's a different metric than how you scale today, right? No one, as long as you've got years of runway, and then Rory made this point, we all made this point before, and I made it, like, there's actually fewer and fewer companies are true outperformers. So as soon as your top portfolio company outperforms, everyone wants to give it $100 million today at every board meeting. And no one really cares about efficiency per se as long as they can get their money into the deal. So I don't think that's the issue. I think we're confusing the fact that everybody is just generating more revenue per employee. But you're going to this, we've talked about it before, going to like this, the Iconic data earlier in the year, the fastest growing AI companies, even with high inference costs, even with IA costs, have the lowest burn multiples because their revenue is growing so much faster than the inference costs. I think that's what we're hoping for, is that, you know, companies have never gotten to 100 million ARR more quickly. If you do, I don't think we care how you get there anymore. I don't think that we care. But we know deep down that hiring 1,000 people isn't the way to get to 100 million in a year. You can't hire them that quickly. As Maggie said, they're not all going to be great, right? So you literally can't brute force 100 million in 10 months with humans. It's just maybe Larry Ellison or Mark Benioff could, but I don't think anyone else. There's just not enough calls and enough, like you can't go from 1 to 110 months without massive inbound demand and a lot of AI.
Yeah, I think this is. I think you should break it up in a couple of areas, and in fact, as we think about it, Jason, it's given me an insight on your eternal question on employment. Because big picture, divided up into AI startups and mature companies. I think the comment on ARR, efficiency per ARR, is very much a mature company comment. If you're a public company and you're only growing 10 or 15%, you better be kicking off cash or you'll be in trouble real quickly. Even if you are kicking off cash, you'll still get grief. But those are the companies that are optimizing like their ARR per employee and are just focused on FCF, free cash flow, right? And that's a very different set of people with a very set of dynamics than the AI startups. So we'll come to them in a second. So public companies grinding on efficiency, which means, as you say, lower employment and all that stuff. Now come to the private AI companies. I think there's two categories. There's a small number of companies which are taking huge amounts of capital because they need it for model development. And primarily it's not humans, they got to spend it with NVIDIA, right? So look, no one's telling OpenAI be efficient, or if they are, he's clearly not listening, right? Yeah, to a rounding error, those companies are as Jason said, able to get all the money they want, spend it on compute, have relatively small headcount relative to their size, and no one's saying be efficient, they're just saying grow quickly, right? Then separately, at the apps layer, you're seeing something slightly different, and Gamma's a good example of that. The interesting thing is, because of this amazing new capability, for lack of a better word, called the foundation models. There are people in apps land building a product, shipping it, and they're getting such traction that the traction is ahead of their ability to hire. I mean, there's no way to spend the money, right? So we're seeing some of these apps companies be astonishingly capital efficient, especially at the early stages. I mean, Gamma's a great example of that. It's like you ship the product, it's freaking amazing, people buy it, they give you credit cards. By the time you get around to hiring a sales force, you're doing so much money already that you're kicking off cash. So at the apps level, not all the time, I think some companies at scale are spending, but we're seeing the combination of hyper growth, even reasonable margins, not as good as SaaS land, but still 60%. If you have that, then you have quite attractive profile, right? Not all of them are that case. Obviously, the coding companies have margin issues, but a lot of the companies are getting a long way on not a lot of capital and definitely not a lot of employees, right? So I think those are the three categories. And the interesting thing, Jason, this goes back to something you've been talking about and I've been trying to figure out the answer to. What's going on employment, right? Or what's the consequence? And I've been more, it'll all be fine in the end, and I still stand by that. But the interesting thing, when I listed those three categories, the one thing they all have in common is they all don't need people. The big companies can't have people because they got to be efficient. The model companies don't need people because they just need geniuses and GPU. And the small AI app startups are growing so damn quickly they can't hire people. That's not great if you're people.
It's not.
It's not. And overall, I'm an AI optimist. I think all this unemployment thing is bullshit. But in the near in, what you recognize, it's why it's a toughish market for tech startups, for employees in the tech marketplace, because the labor versus capital discussion is, you need more capital relative to labor at the moment.
The topic we have to discuss, we talk about Replit the whole time
Yeah,
with
too much.
Lovable.
Yeah.
But then Google have come out with a competitor, and I think we've always been waiting for Google and ChatGPT to come out with one. And it's been very good. It's tied to Gemini, which is obviously blown past a lot of people's expectations. When we look at this, how did we analyze this? And is this a case of incumbent waiting for enough traction in a market and then going, thank you very much, Mr. Startup, I'm going to come in now with great models and distribution, and it's game over? Or actually, have they left it too late, and Lovable, Replit, have built enough user base, enough brand trust, that actually there is still a real dominant threat then to Google's new product with it?
Well, look, for what it's worth, I did try it. They launched this week. They launched a Replit Lovable clone with no database, no OAuth, and so it's really they said it's coming soon, and sometimes that's okay for big companies. So we'll see. We'll see if one thing that hasn't changed is in the age of AI is big companies only have so many priorities. They can introduce a lot of little tests. But at the end of the day, it takes a lot of energy in a big company to keep a big initiative going because there's so much else to support. So we'll see. It wasn't impressive on itself. But on the other hand, it only took, Google launched their competitor in less than 10 months. So you don't get 5 years anymore. I mean, Datadog just launched their PagerDuty competitor in the last 24 months. PagerDuty had a long time before Datadog launched their direct competitor. You don't get, when was PagerDuty founded? 2008. You don't get that much now. Now you don't even get a year. So that the incessant pace of cloning and competition does worry me. But it's not there yet. Although the fun thing I did is I built this app, Vaporcell.ai. You can try it.
I saw this.
Vaporcell.ai. We tried it at the beginning, and I tried to build it in the Gemini 3 Replit clone, but it didn't quite work. But I literally just screenshotted it, and I took the prompt, and I stuck it in Replit. It would work in Lovable or anything else, and it worked in about 10 minutes. So that prompt portability we talked about with agents is pretty portable here, too. Man, if you only get months before the big guys come into your space if you blow up, I mean, it should make sense, right? If you go from 0 to 200 million in a year, you should attract some competition.
Totally.
But it's not a free lunch, right? It's not a free lunch. It's just everything's compressed.
But is there something that we take from this? Like Rory just did, you did a GC AI, I think it is?
Yep.
Like where we're like, okay, they're not going to go into GC AI, but they are going to go into Lovable. They are going to go into Decagon. They are going to go here.
Yeah.
There's themes where they're like, they are going to go, and there's themes where we're
Who's
like,
they?
model providers. The core question being, hey, where will model providers go in the application layer and threaten our businesses?
This is, I mean, competing with coding tools is not that big of a jump, right, with whatever happens.
Totally.
I like, Rory did a deal, I think in the last week, or Scale did, I really liked, personally, even though I didn't examine it. You did sort of an AI for like wealth management or asset management,
Yes.
right? What was that?
We did Range.
I should have spent more time I was here. I love this for a lot of reasons. I have some questions. But Google isn't going to copy that. They're not going to copy automating trust, estate planning, investment advice, tax efficiency, your investment legacy planning, or maybe it doesn't do all of that, the investment. Those are spaces where you have incumbents, but maybe you have some space to run, right?
Agreed. The model provider is not the constraint there. And I, for the record, would say I don't think the model provider will be the competition in many apps. And going back to where I started, I think the OpenAI code red this morning was frankly tantamount to an admission that we need to do our core mission for the next year and probably less footsing around in other things. I mean, that sound you might hear is the consumer hardware product slipping out a little, right? But yeah, no, so I do believe that more of these apps are defensible. You know, I think the model providers will be there. I think coding is obvious. But even when you get much beyond that, I think if I was on the board of OpenAI, it'd be like, win the ChatGPT wars and you are worth $2 trillion. Let's not futz around with little vertical markets that can be worth a couple $100 million. Why are you even talking about this? Especially when you have everybody poked poor old Google. Microsoft said we'll make them dance. OpenAI kind of laughed at them and now they're poking back. And you put all your effort behind that. So I think we put, I don't know if I want to say that. We may have seen peak, the models are going to do everything. I mean, they're going to do coding, but I don't know if they're going to expand into all these verticals at that level, right? And then, yeah, thank you, Jason. On the range wealth management, I think the interesting comment, and again, we're always loath to just push our investments, but I think the big picture story there is, can you use AI to automate, not just sell software to wealth managers, but automate the business of wealth management? And this is the key sentence that I like, because I hate the word wealth management. The idea is you can go much further down the wealth continuum and give the same kind of product that the super rich get in terms of managing your stuff, managing your taxes, which, as Harry knows, in the UK are now north of 50% and getting higher. So you want to be able to manage your affairs, file your taxes, and there's a whole ton of that work that's done expensively with humans that can be done really cheaply with AI, because it really is just follow the law, fill in the forms, do the work. And hopefully the idea there is you automate a lot of that, and then you can deliver a high quality product to a much broader marketplace. And one of the big picture things I think that's always true in investing is whenever you see a product that only really rich people have, if you can find a way to get that in the hands of the rest of us, we all want it to.
Yeah, the only thing is I wondered, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, just on, what do we call it, the terrible TAM?
The TAM trap.
The TAM trap.
Yeah.
On the wealth management, what's the vendor called? Sorry, I should know. I apologize.
Range.
Range? So the little echo. I love it. I get the problem. Anyone's lived it that has gone through any of this stuff. We could talk about it. But I think you do have to be smart about the TAM, right? Because they're going to charge 8 to 10 grand for something that you pay a bunch of numbnuts now 30, 40, 50 grand a year if you're wealthy, right? Maybe more. But it's not 10 times the price of the existing product, right? You just got to be smart, because you can pretend everyone in the world will pay you 10 grand, but you also have to be rational to not have a TAM trap, right? Because like Wealthfront's trying to go public, right? In theory, maybe it's a comp. In theory, Wealthfront should be a $10 trillion company. I mean, everyone could use this product, right? But in reality, there is some TAM limitation for Wealthfront.
I totally agree, and it's all about segmentation. I love Wealthfront, as a comment here. The Wealthfront and Betterment, I really love those companies, because again, it's back to the same thing. I get uncomfortable in the wealth discussion, because who gives a damn what the ultra wealthy have to deal with, right? What I loved about Wealthfront, what I like about these is Wealthfront was saying, even paying 50, 70 bips to someone to manage your money is crazy, because we can just put it in this automatic thing and do it automatically and for 10 bips. And the thing about those businesses, to your TAM comment, is they actually take a long time to build, because the whole value prop is we're charging you less and you just get to compound more. But in the end, they're lovely businesses. And we looked at, actually not Wealth Fund, but Betterment 10 years ago, and we figured it would take about this long, 10 years to just build. Because remember, if you're charging 1% of assets, you know, $1 billion is a lot of money. If you're only charging 1/10 of that, you need 10 billion to get to the same place. And if you're targeting people with less money, by definition, it takes longer. So these businesses take a long time to build, but I think when they do, they're way more powerful than some quote-unquote wealth manager that's really good because he takes you golfing and gives you a PowerPoint once a quarter about how badly your money is doing and they're really sorry. So I like the
Or even better,
long-term
they ask me
potential
if I
business.
want exposure to private equity and venture. That's the main value I get from Morgan Stanley. Hey, Jason, it's your advisor this quarter. I can get you into a hot venture fund you've never heard of. Stebbings Lemkin 4. The returns are negative at the moment, but it's a lengthy J curve and it's a hot deal.
It's a 3 and 30.
Yeah, it's a 3 and 30 triple layered SPV. Have you ever looked at my account? Do you know anything about me?
Okay, I didn't actually, sorry, I didn't mean to be divisive. I didn't like this deal. I saw this and I thought, oof, gosh. Sorry. And,
I didn't see it. Why didn't you like it?
What big business and what good business, like really big, has been built in the wealth management space? Wealthfront?
Merrill Lynch.
What?
Morgan Stanley.
Just pause. Okay, one, very old, but we're looking at Wealthfront. 17 years? Index and every good investor in there. How big is that? In the opportunity cost world that we live in?
But you have to see,
really?
The more interesting question is, why does, okay, listen, there's a gap. There's the Wealthfront and Vanguard at the bottom. I want to hear Rory's thoughts. And then there's the world's crappiest product, which are Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, which take 1% of your assets and do nothing I can see other than give you loans, which are very valuable, right, for folks that don't know. Like literally, if you're sitting on 50 million of NVIDIA stock right now, you can sell it and pay $25 million in tax, or a bank will give you a loan. Now, it's not cheap today, it's 6%, but that's a lot better than 50% if you can deploy. That's the only product I know. They'll tell you they'll help you with your trusts. They don't. They refer you to someone that doesn't call you back. They'll tell you help with your taxes, and they'll tell you we're not allowed to talk about taxes. So they can't really do anything except give you a loan. There is such a gap in the middle if AI can do estate planning, taxes, all this. So Murray challenged me if I'm wrong. The question is, if AI enables it, then something that was shitty, crummy, to Harry's point, might become great. If AI lets you do it, right? It might become great.
This episode was brought to you by Goldman Sachs Wealth Management.
Yes, exactly.
Serious, first of all, you just nailed it. That's exactly the value proposition.
Yeah, I like it.
You deliver trust, you deliver estate, you deliver all taxes. Because when you have to file your taxes, the fact that you do your estate with one person, you do your taxes with another person, you wealth manage with a third party is absurd. It should all be under one roof. But I want to go back to your comment, Harry, on Wealthfront, because, again, I'm always uneasy just pushing our company. So let's talk about, I think, an excellent company that's not ours, right? Yes, it's taken a long time to compound to here, right? But not everything is a tech first where this adoption cycles are 5 years. I think when you launch an investment in a company like Wealthfront, the adoption cycle of something like that is going to be 10 or 15 years. So in my view, it's just on track. And the financials are lovely, because at scale, asset management is a wonderful business. They are providing a cheaper product than anyone else at 10 bips. And they've lined up a bunch of, millennial and whatever the generation, a little bit older, 30-year-old and 40-year-olds. And over the next 10 or 15 years, that generation is going to get rich. They're going to get rich with Wealthfront. They're going to keep their money there. And it's going to be a compounding machine. Just like Charlie Schwab was a compounding machine. When they started in the 70s with cheap brokerage, it took a long time. They went through a lot of things. They actually were owned by B of A and then spun out in the 90s. I was there. But in the end, it just compounds, because over time, the only good thing about it is it does compound. And early on, wealth management in any form is a tough business, because it takes a long time to build. But when it does build, and Wealthfront is over that gap now, it's going to be there for the next 30 years in, frankly, a way that a lot of pure tech companies won't.
I get you on the compounding machine, and I share your view in the beauty of those businesses, but actually you're competing for dollars against the same people like your Kleiner Perkins or like your Andreessen Horowitz, where LPs can put money in their funds or your funds at a B and C stage, and they are in Glean, and they are in Replit, and they are in the races to 100 million in faster than we've ever seen. And those LPs will be going, wow, those funds, they're more exciting. And you're going, oh, but it's compounding. Charles Schwab 2's coming, I promise you. Watch the pod. Like, I'm turning into you, by the way. And really, I am.
Yeah, you're just becoming a
People in my
cynical
team
old
say
man.
this, they're like, seeds for suckers. And I'm like, I'm getting the t-shirt printed. But like, it's
I don't know that that's 100% true though, Harry. I think it's 80% true, right? I think if you're going in to raise capital for your fund and you're being compared to Glean and everything else, but I mean, Rory has more experience. I think as long as you have the numbers, actually LPs are kind of excited if you have a slightly different way to get there. Slightly, but you got to have top 10% numbers.
Do you think so? That if you've got companies that are kind of, and actually to your point, and to our point on like, hey, bluntly, growth rates are so much higher, growth expectations are so much higher. If it is a slower compounder, the next round is less certain than ever. It's less guaranteed.
Yeah, but LPs are looking backwards. If you're sitting on multiple high-performing funds, you're going to get a fair amount of flexibility today, right?
I just think, I know
Harry's point, I think the point is that it's hard to not be seduced by the hottest deals today.
And by the way, LPs love to see great follow-on investors. Well, Sequoia came into this and Andreessen. Yeah, sorry.
I'm going into the deal with Rory, though. That's going to help. I'm going to give a little brand equity with my small check into this, because I like this
I'm
one.
not even sure what you guys are saying, but I'll take it. But I want to push back a little. I do take on board your point, and there's no doubt that the velocity of validation is super strong for AI companies right now. If you want to do a deal with the highest probability of a step up in the next 6 to 9 months, you should do $1 billion pre. You should do an AI company that's raised at $1 billion pre, because 40% of the unicorns in Q1, I said 23% last week, and one of my colleagues corrected me, it's 40%. 40% of the unicorns that raised in Q1 as a unicorn for the first time have already had a follow-on round. So I think, Harry, you're exactly right. If you want to buy short-term momentum, that's a great place to play. And it's not just short-term momentum, it's also driven by great performance. So yes, that's absolutely a good slug of what you're doing. But in the end, the market in the end, the biggest uncertainty is not can you get a markup, that's nice. The biggest uncertainty in the end is can you build a big company here or not? And there's so few times when you can say, I believe you can build a big company here, that you shouldn't then screen out and say, oh, I can build a big company, but it might take a little too long. Because there's a rule in engineering that you're only as accurate as your least accurate variable. In other words, if you have 6 or 7 variables that goes into something, your accuracy is determined by the thing you know has the widest variance. And if you have high certainty that something can be a company, that's the hard thing to do. If you've got that and everything else, you can adjust for valuation, you can adjust for time, etc. I would love to be in Wealthfront, for example. I think it's just an awesome company. And even if you get, I think that will compound and you'll hold it. And 15, 20 years from now, and it's going to sound pejorative to AI, it's not, I love that space, it's where I play most of the time. Can you name, okay, let's do it this way, Harry. I think Schwab went public in either 82 or 83. It's public today. It's worth 60, 80 billion dollars. Name me 5 tech companies that went public in 1983.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me? I was born in 96.
Yeah, that's my point.
You were playing paddle with Arthur Rock at that stage.
Okay,
Come
Harry,
on.
that's my point. Is that
public companies in 83?
But my point is this. Tech companies, they come quick and most of them go quick. Now, by the way, if I'd said 1986, you could have come back to me and said Microsoft, Oracle, and Sun. If I'd said, I think 82, you could have said Apple. That's why I think I picked 83. But the point is...
He's such a nerd joke. I love that.
Yeah. The point is that these singular different companies, and a little like, maybe Android, these companies that are off the beaten track and are just a different thing, they often take longer to compound, but they end up with more empty space. And as I say, Schwab has compounded for 3 or 4 decades, and God, you wish you were in it.
I get you. But sorry,
Yeah.
I just think we're playing a relevance game. And I think this is the honest truth about new age venture. We're playing a relevance game where ramp raises 4 rounds in a year, where media matters more than ever before, all of us here, and where you're like, it's slow compounding coming soon.
Didn't say slow, by the way.
It's just a tougher game, and I think LPs are seduced by incredible follow-on investors, quick up rounds, and numbers still. And I'd rather be playing that game than it's coming.
And
Keep it going.
And you're right, Harry. You should have been provided you're also right about the underlying investments. And so if you play that game and you're wrong about the investments, then you'll just be the guy who did a load of high-priced rounds in a deal that didn't work, right?
I agree.
So I agree with you. But again, I go back to my comment. When you have high certainty that a big company can be built here, you weight that more highly than everything else. I think actually Peter Thiel, as all intelligent venture comments, when you go back long enough, you discover Peter Thiel made them already. I think he said somewhere in his book something to the effect of, I know it's the way they run Founders Fund, all that matters is can you build a big company here? And literally he said, because that rule is so hard, because it's so hard to find them, they have no other rules, because their perspective is, once I filter for that, I can't have any bullshit rules on stage, on sector. I just want big. And it's what gave them the courage to do biotech, defense, and software. We're not as brilliant as that, obviously, but I think it's some version of that rule, which is when you see a company that can be big and you see it's tracking to be big, prioritize that over hype and FOMO.
Rory, can I be absolutely savage and ask a question of, do you have to be in that slow compounding, picking, which is, because there's two worlds in venture. There's obvious and really, really competitive. Insane growth, really, really obvious. And then there's, I'm going to be smarter, pick the compounder, see beauty where others don't. Do you have to be here, respectfully, because you're sitting in the valley at Series B and you're against Andreessen Founders Fund, Sequoia, and you can't beat them?
I think you have to do both, and you can do both. I think, again, I'm going back to my comment is I'm not sitting here going, I want to filter for X, Y, or Z. I want to filter for great companies. Then I have to win them. And you're right. If you're identifying a great AI company in XYZ space, then you're going to find way more competition, which means either you'll lose or you'll win and you'll pay the market price to win, which won't be cheap, right? And that's one way to make money. That's most of what we do. But you can also go and look at spaces where you go, oh, I think this is interesting and differentiated. And as long as I have the same conviction on the ultimate outcome, you can do both, right? So again, it's back to you're trying to apply a momentum and hotness rule, and I'm trying to apply a will there be a big company in the end rule. And I get the interim consequences. You know, there is no, to be very clear, someone said it to me 20 years ago as an LP, right? He said, there's no such thing as blue-collar venture. It was a brutal comment, but I think it's your point, Harry, right? You see what I'm saying? It's like there's no such thing as off-value, randomly non-cool stuff. At the end of the day, we're building high-growth companies that and you're not going to make it on value. You're not trying to choose on value. You're trying to choose on certainty of a big outcome.
You know, for what it's worth, listen, I think it might be a fool's errand to invest in things that you're just very interested in, but I think there is an advantage to it. And I'll tell you what I'm interested in for 26, 27. This is why I like Rory's investment, is I know this sounds obvious, but AI for coding is great, but we didn't even figure that out. Claude figured that out. Cursor didn't figure this out. Replit and Lovable and Bolt didn't figure it out. I can tell you the story. Claude figured it out. Anthropic, the guys, once they quit OpenAI, they figured it out, and everyone grafted on this, including Gamma. What I like is the next generation. Can AI take large markets, like wealth management, that don't work today? Can AI really, for real, with Claude 7 and everything, and utterly disrupt it? And I think that can be huge. And I'll give you an example. Like, I set up 3 trusts, okay? And the wealth management didn't help at all. And then I went to the lawyers, okay? And it took me 11 months to set up 3 trusts. And I said, I'm really frustrated this took too long. To this guy that's like a celebrated trust lawyer in Silicon Valley, he's like, well, good news, most of my clients never even finish them. Most of my clients after a year. So imagine, just bear with me, okay? I'm not saying momentum investment isn't the right thing today. If you can come in with AI and magically take every single frustrating part, how many Americans, like I think the Wall Street Journal just said today, the average American retiring is like $1.8 million in cash and equity, okay? If you can take all the friction out of that, all the friction out of retirement, wealth management, investing, trust, redeploying, QSBS, and everything, because of AI, I think you could build a 20, 40, $50 billion company, and I would at least want to take the meeting. Because this is something that if AI, okay, listen, I'm just interested intellectually, can AI solve some of the biggest headaches that we see that maybe you don't see every day? Maybe they're in environmental compliance, maybe they're in other things, maybe they're, but it's at least worth the meeting to see if it can utterly disrupt
totally
how it's
agree.
done, right?
Jason, I totally agree, and I really like the pitch here, which is, it's not the ultra well. They got 1 million people who'll flatter them and do their work for them and charge them $1 gazillion. It's the entrepreneur, it's the doctor, it's the dentist who's earning good coin, because we discussed earlier, dentists and doctors are well paid, but their affairs are modestly complex, but they don't want to screw up their Roth IRA withdrawal, they want to leave their house to the kids, they don't want to have a big estate tax problem. Those are the kind of things, more complex than nothing, but not where you can spend 20 grand on a lawyer to fix it, that I think that's a huge market. Even, I'm sure people in the UK know this, but let me finish. In the US, unlike the UK, everyone has to file their own taxes, which is just one. I mean, I've paid taxes in Ireland, England, and the States, so I know the different systems. Everyone has to file this god-awful tax return every year, and the minute your affairs get even mildly complex, you do a rental property, you have a distribution, you have a capital gain because of an investment you made in a restaurant, suddenly your tax affairs are complex, and if you screw it up, you end up paying more money. And those are the people who need that kind of mass market wealth advice on how to handle their affairs better. And right now, it's a disparate group of, attorneys, accountants, and it's quite messy. And I do think AI, like a lot of other markets, it's a little like healthcare that your prior speaker was talking about. There's a whole bunch of this knowable, but nonetheless complex information that has to be assembled and marshaled. And at the right time, the person who has the question has to get the right answer. That question can be, what form of cancer is this based on the CT scan? Or how much do I owe to the US government based on these facts? But you want the right answer at the right time. And it turns out machines do that a lot better than humans.
My takeaway is you need a new wealth manager, dude. Seriously, Goldman are great.
Okay, we need to move. Harry,
I'm not just doing the Goldman advert. I can introduce you to
Harry, one comment here.
I believe you.
What?
Not everyone has a wealth management problem, Harry. How about we focus back on the problems of the people, the founders that are trying to build wealth rather than you as a rich guy trying to spend it, okay? Come on.
I'm a humble podcaster, Rory.
I think, one honest takeaway for founders and others.
True.
If, I believe that AI will disrupt some of these categories and build huge businesses, okay? I believe it. Maybe be capital efficient until you prove it. If Rory's deal does 100 million growing 150% or 200%, everyone will flood into this, okay?
Absolutely.
And say it made no sense back in the day. So, I mean, not every founder can directly compete with Cursor as founders. Like, we have to play to our strengths. And if you find someone, like I might have invested just because I'm passionate. Maybe it was a bad idea. I mean, I'm into it, but you might have convinced me, maybe just don't spend all of it.
I think
maybe be a little more conservative.
Did he not bring you into the deal?
Did not bring me into the deal.
Oh, he brought me into the deal.
Yeah, did not bring me into the deal.
Actually, shut up, Harry, because Jason's made a really important point that I think is relevant to our wider founders. I think, Jason, seriously, I think your ability, your discipline as a founder on capital is exactly proportional to, in part to how hot the market is perceived to be. And if you're playing a game that's in a market where you need to make progress before you can raise, then you don't have the ramp 4 raises before Friday strategy. You have the capital discipline to prove your point. In the end, if you prove it, you'll get the capital. But I think, Jason, that was frankly a spot-on comment. We could send you as a board member, literally. It's like, here, guys, build value. If you prove it, the world will be beating a path to your door. But if you half-prove it, you'll be screwed. They'll get it done.
I think that's a great note to close on. Guys, thank you so much for being part of a live show.
There's no Kalshi quickfire?
You want a Kalshi quickfire?
No.
Okay, let's do
Wait,
one.
which is the one that got sued? Kalshi or Polymarket? I forget.
One got sued?
Yeah, massive class action by Leif Cabrezi.
Yeah, that's fine. Everybody gets sued.
Okay, I am going to do...
What's the quick fire?
The one quick fire is Superbase is now at 5 billion, Lovable is at 6. Now, obviously, Lovable uses Superbase for every instance. Would you rather be in Superbase, or would you rather be in Lovable?
I'll say Lovable. And I'll tell you why. I think Supabase is benefiting by the trend of vibe coding. And Lovable is a bet, fundamentally. It's in the front end monetizing on vibe coding. One of two things happens. Either vibe coding is a category or it's not. If it's not a category, both of them are screwed. And if it is a category, Lovable gets more of the money than Supabase, just because it's the front end and it gets, I don't know, $20 and they pay 2 of it to Supabase, some version like that. So if you're in a highly risky category, the dumb bet is to be, well, if I win, I get a little, but if I lose, I lose 100%. You may as well be in for a penny versus in for a pound, as we would say in the UK. And the thing about the Lovable bet is, if you win, you're going to win big, which of course is why a smart young man like you are in Lovable, Harry. See, I thought I'd put in one pitch for you there, dude.
Thank you so much.
I would take Supabase.
What?
I would take Supabase.
We're over. Game over.
No, I'll tell you what, for what it's worth, this is how I'm feeling today because of stability. I think Supabase is a harder problem to solve.
Yep.
And so right now today, this is where I'm conservative. There's just so much change. I don't know what Google's going to do. I would just prefer a harder problem today. And even if my returns were the same or lower, I mean, I'm sleeping fine. But I'm just anxious about clonable stuff, and I want hard problems are reassuring. Like, only so many people, listen, there's a lot of folks, I mean, at the end of the day, Supabase is just, I think, a fork of Postgres. It's open source that they've redone. It can be done again. Neon did it. That Replit lose and Databricks bought them for $1 billion. But databases are a hard problem. Like, you can only lose so much data. You can only have so many issues. You have to figure this out. And 5 years of investing in a database that everybody uses, it ain't so easy to churn and leave your database, right? And so this is what I'm thinking going into next year if we want to close. This was a year where we tolerated a lot of churn. We only cared about, this was the year of growth but nothing, and so's next year. But I'd love a little defensibility. I would just love a little hard friggin' problems. And, we're past the thin wrapper layer, but I'm going, what are you picking between Lovable and Supabase?
Oh, dude, Lovable all the way, baby.
Lovable all the way. We'd love to lead the season,
Eternally
though.
loyal to his paycheck.
Yeah.
The loveliest thing about this is we knew each other well before, but the friendship that we have as a three now, having done this show, is just freaking awesome. Like, honestly, it's one of the highlights of my week, doing this show every week. And I've never said this to both of you guys. I so appreciate the friendship that we have. And thank you for doing the show with me, because it's always so much fun. I learn so much. I get so many messages from founders who learn so much. So thank you for putting up with me, both of you. I know it's not always easy, but you're awesome.
And thanks for everyone that stuck it out to the end.
We appreciate it. Take care, guys. Next year in London, I promise.
Wait, he's got no idea how to turn it off. I thought we were going to have him, like...
I still don't get how he moved his